Oh, we have 8 members. Okay, great. We're almost fully there.
Okay, the recording has begun. I have 403.
Great. So calling this meeting to order at 4:03 on February 2nd, 2022. This is the regular Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting. Ms. Leger, please start with the opening preamble.
The listen and call-in public phone number is 1-415-906-4659. Meeting ID 961-409-601#. If you wish to make a statement during general public comment, please press *6 and unmute your telephone to speak. Please press *6 to mute your telephone once you're done with your statement. Can I ask that the party speaking mute themselves? Okay, thank you. Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. That's CHERYL.LEGER@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process.
Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Please call the first item. Please call the first item and start with roll call.
Call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Roll call. Member Schmidt. Member Schmidt, I think you're muted.
Present.
Member Schmidt, present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood, present. Member Padmanabhan.
Present.
Member Padmanabhan, present. Member Wong.
Present.
Member Wong, present. Member Stein.
Present.
Member Stein, present. Vice Chair Yankee.
Present.
Vice Chair Yankee, present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland, present. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Member Neighbors, present. Chair Wolf.
Present.
Chair Wolf, present. We have a quorum.
Okay, great. Are there any changes or adjustments to the agenda?
I have not been, none have come into me. So if there are changes, I wasn't made aware of them.
Okay, members? Okay, I have a couple of items. One is number that is item number 6, file number 20100. This item, I believe, was combined. We have a message from Mr. Hillier, who is here. Before I call him, is there a representative from the Behavioral Health Commission present?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure you're here so everybody
Can you
is
hear?
in the room. Yes, I
Can
can
you hear
hear
me?
you. Yes,
Oh, okay.
I can hear you. I just want to make sure everybody's in the room so we can discuss this. Mr. Hillier just sent a message stating that this item 20100 was combined with 20143, and that there is some missing records. So I want to ask Mr. Hillier, the records that you are stating that are not in today's agenda packet, are those relevant and substantive towards making your case, and will it affect, could it affect an outcome if they're not included?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those items, this item was bifurcated as well as combined. And the two issues that are to be heard today were not directly referenced in the missing material. The missing material is the underlying complaint 20143, the underlying charges, of which there were originally about 100. And so it's useful as general background, but if the members think they can progress into the jurisdictional issues today without reference to it, I don't have any objection to it. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'm a little confused because combining and bifurcating usually are opposite meanings. So I'm a little confused by that, but
would you like me to explain?
Sure.
There were two complaints, 20100 and 20143, covering overlapping time periods and overlapping meetings, but making different charges. And those two were, because they dealt with overlapping time periods, were combined into a single complaint at the October SOTF meeting. But then that meeting only dealt with the merits of the complaints, both of them together. Whereas the two jurisdictional issues were split off for dealing with at a later meeting at the call of the chair. And this is that meeting. I hope that clears things up. Let me know if you have further questions. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Well, this meeting is now happening because we requested legal counsel, and we received that legal counsel advice. And then in January, if you recall, we approved to have that to waive attorney-client privilege and to have that included and apply to this meeting here, so that attorney-client privilege could be provided. Your message stating that there are missing items for this, so this complaint move forward. I'm just asking if you feel if they are or not substantive for the matter to move forward. Because if you feel that the task force members might be missing out on vital information that they should or could refer to, then we have a different discussion that needs to happen.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to leave it to the task force members. Like I said, I have no objection because the material that's directly relevant to the jurisdictional issues is in the file.
Okay.
Back to you.
Okay, very good. And then just before we leave this subject, Ms. Leger, did you include the attorney advice in the packet for this item?
I believe I did. I believe I put it where the legal memo would typically be.
It would be at the top, right?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it
there.
either.
It's there.
Please indicate what page.
It's P, this is Vice Chair Yankee, it's P1275. The third page of the PDF.
75. Oh, okay. It's not on their letterhead. Okay, got it. They usually they usually come on their letterhead. All right, very good.
Yeah,
Okay.
just clarify one thing, Bruce, or
Yes.
Chair Wolf. Both Dr. Sumchai's legal advice and Mr. Hillier's were in the form of an email, not on letterhead.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm noticing here. Okay, very good. All right, just want to make sure that's known. Okay. So we'll continue. We'll have this case, and the other thing is I'd like to also just adjourn in memory of Robert Bob, as we know him, Bob Planthold, who passed away over the weekend. And we'll do that at the end of the meeting. Okay, seeing no changes to the agenda, let's call our first item
Hang on a second.
or the next item.
What about public comment?
There's no public comment for this item. There's no action. We're the only action item under this item is here. We made no changes. We never take discussion on this item unless we've made changes. Please call the item 1A.
Item 1A, findings to allow meetings under California Government Code Section 54953E. Task Force is expected to consider a motion setting forth findings required under Assembly Bill 361, AB 361, that would allow the committee to hold a meeting remotely according to the modified Brown Act teleconferencing set forth in AB 361.
Okay, members, any discussion on the matter? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Member LaHood. I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
This is Member Wong. I'll second.
Moved by Member LaHood, second by Member Wong, to approve the resolution to allow remote meetings to continue to happen under AB 361. Is there any public comment on the matter?
It's Patrick. I would like to make a public comment.
Yes.
Okay,
Also,
any
Peter
other?
Warfield.
Okay. This is public comment on the item regarding AB 361. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Patrick, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
I fully support the motion on the floor continuing to hold teleconference meetings under AB 361. I just want to very briefly add my thanks to Chair Wolf for recommending adjourning today's meeting in memory and honor of Bob Planthold. As many of you may or may not know, Bob was instrumental in the advocacy group San Franciscans for Sunshine, working to advance placing before the voters much needed amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance. I, along with others, are going to deeply miss Bob's advocacy around open government in the city. So thank you so much, Bruce, for recommending adjourning today's meeting in his memory and honor. Thank you.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Library users 2004@yahoo.com. Also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I'd like to second and third, closing in honor of Bob Planthold, for all the reasons so far mentioned, and I hope we hear more. My recollection is that he was quite active with respect to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and what I'm not sure of is whether he was actually a member early on, actually before my time, which is quite some decades ago. Maybe we can confirm that by the end of the meeting, or if somebody knows. With respect to having public comment on item 1, as I understand it, every item on the agenda has to give an opportunity for public comment. And my particular comment on this item is what I think I've said before, and that is this is supposed to be a place where you actually consider for what reasons you're not meeting in person, as would normally be the case, and what circumstances specifically are causing you to have to meet in this presumably emergency manner remotely. And that's because it's important to have in-person meetings. As I've said before, there's a lot that can happen in in-person meetings that simply doesn't happen in remote meetings, including seeing each other, hearing each other better. If there's a problem, one can make a signal, or even, once in a while people call out louder or can't hear you or something like that. Also, just from meetings, people can go up to each other, greet each other, talk to each other briefly, make arrangements to meet. You also know how many people there are right now. I have no idea whether there's 2 members of the public or 20 or 200. So that's one of the reasons that I give full contact information. But in any case, I do think it would be useful for you to discuss under what circumstances you will open up and have real live meetings. I presume there's some preparation that has to happen for that. And as I understand it, things are opening up very much everywhere, including in San Francisco, and I think that you ought to consider opening up, or at least the
Time is up, sir.
situations under which you would open up. Thank you.
Any more public comment on item 1A? Last call. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, please call the roll. Thank you.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Wong to approve the resolution to allow remote meetings to continue to happen under AB 361.
Very good. Thank you. Please call the next item.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force January 5, 2022 meeting.
Any changes or adjustments to the minutes?
I've got a copy of the minutes on my computer right now. I'm happy to take changes or adjustments. Any changes, anybody?
Yes, this is Member Padmanabhan. I have a change.
Okay.
On page 10.
Wait a minute. Is that page 10 of the document, or is that like P10?
P10.
Yeah, I don't have that. What item number was it?
Yeah, let me tell you. It's on page 6 of the PDF.
My page 6?
Yes.
Okay, getting there. Okay, what change would you like to make?
It's the third sentence. Member Padmanabhan revised their motion as follows. I was not the maker of that motion.
You were not the maker of the motion. Who was?
Well, you have everything else down there. I think that was just inserted. So it was Member Highland.
All right. Member Highland.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Okay.
Anything else, members? We'll open it up for public comment. Okay, let's open it up for public comment so we can take anything else and have it included into the motion. Well, actually, let's do this. Let's get a motion on the floor, and then we can take public comment. Let's get our process correct. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Member Wong, so moved.
Is there a second?
This is Member Padmanabhan.
Moved by Member Wong, seconded by Member Padmanabhan. Now let's open it up for public comment.
I would like to comment. Hello?
We hear you. May I ask,
Wait for Ms. Leger. She has to get the clock ready.
are you an anonymous speaker?
Oh, my name is Jeremy too.
Do we have other public commenters?
This is public comment on the minutes and the minutes only.
Okay, it sounds like there are no other public commenters. Chair Wolf, shall we begin?
Peter Warfield, please.
Proceed.
Peter Warfield, did you hear me?
Yes, we heard you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sue, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Jeremy Chu. My file number is 21152. My case was heard 3 times, and HSA still hasn't produced all the records requested. I'm requesting a second compliance and amendments hearing. My last one was
Ms. Stu,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but is your comment a general comment or is it relating to the minutes?
It's with regards to the minutes because my case was in the minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Leger, please restart the clock for Ms. Stu, and I just wanted to make sure because of the way you started out. So thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Ms. Sue, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Wolf and the full task force members. My name is Jeremy Chu. My case file number is 21152. My case was heard on January 5th. And actually, since then, I have 3 hearings for my case, and HSA still hasn't produced all the records requested. I'm requesting a second compliance and amendments hearing. My last one was just last week on January 25th. HSA is supposed to produce all requested records by January 28, 2022, but it did not happen. I'm formally asking the committee to notify the DA's office, Ethnic Commission, and the Board of Supervisors of HSA's continuing refusal to produce the records. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yu. Before we move on, I was under the impression that you were looking to make any changes or corrections in the minutes. Your report is noted. That should generally come under general public comment. Please contact our office tomorrow, and Chair LaHood of the Compliance and Amendments Committee is here, so she heard your report, and please have your report be forwarded in writing to Chair LaHood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me,
Please
Chair.
continue with public comment.
Can I just, say one thing about this? I'm happy.
No. I don't want to continue. It's not appropriate for this particular item. Let's just continue, please, and we can deal with it offline.
All right. Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I wasn't able to review as closely as I would like this time because there seemed to be a difficulty with the recording, or my finding on the recording, my own public comment. However, what my public comment says here is very briefly a line and 3/4. Peter Warfield addressed the process of providing a 150-word statement in place of the summary offered by the same person at the hearing. I'm not at all clear what that's about. I may have said something about a person who's having a hearing not having a chance to provide a 150-word summary, or public comment for that matter, and that perhaps that should be provided. But this simply doesn't summarize in a coherent way what I presume I may have said, and I can't now quote you to what I said. In particular, for about a year now, I have been giving not only name and organizational affiliation and title, but also contact methods for a variety of reasons, but one of them is so that actually people know who's speaking and how to get in touch should they wish to do so. In this moment, and we've heard all kinds of reasons why this has to be cut and that has to be cut and this abbreviation has to be used and this portion has to be cut and on and on. I consider it important for people to know how to reach me. In a public meeting, they know how to reach me. They can walk up to me. For that matter, I can walk up to them. Here, you've given nothing but just the name. So we've now stripped it down to just a name. And after all the lengthy discussions about how the full deal would be provided on the first mention, that isn't happening. I certainly would like the full Monty, as it were, to be provided as my identification. But I really think, is this a game? Is this a joke? Is this, how many times can we do this one way or another? Do it differently from before? Do it without this? Do it without that? And so on and so forth. I just don't think this is professional or responsible. And this certainly doesn't represent a summary of what I have said. I'd also note that for about 8 minutes, I heard multiple members of the task force make multiple suggestions for changes, and I think it's important to document all of those changes because it's important for people to know, oh, what I read previously is not correct, and it should be corrected, and maybe will be and has been.
Your time is
but
up.
Those comments from the members should also be included in here. Thank you.
Patrick, I'd like to make public comment, please.
Patrick, are you ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I am speaking about the minutes, and in particular about the section of the minutes that Mr. Warfield just complained about. While we all understand Warfield's First Amendment rights to present his contact information, I respectfully have to wonder if during an in-person meeting, Mr. Warfield would walk up to somebody and repeat over and over and over his contact information. I respectfully submit that saying it once, Peter, is enough. We don't have to hear it 6 or 8 times during a single meeting. But I wish you well with your First Amendment free speech, sir. Thank you, Ms. Cloutier.
I'd like to comment, Winship Hillier.
Mr. Hillier, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that you postpone approval of these minutes. I made public comments on items numbers 4 and 5, which was originally 9, and appears again 9. The minutes should, for one thing, they should reflect what occurred at the meeting, and item 9 was moved to the top of the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and so it should appear that way in the minutes. Also, on the 5th of January, I submitted 150-word summaries of both of my public comments on item numbers 4 and 5, and those do not appear in the minutes. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any other public comment on the minutes? Last call? Okay, public comment is closed. Members, so I will say one thing. This is the first set of minutes going back to 12 months that Mr. Warfield's affiliation is not posted in the first comment that he makes. So that can be added in there. For Mr. Hillier's points, making a simple adjustment of moving the item, which is notated as 9, to the correct position according to the agenda of that day that was amended. That can be easily done. It's not substantive, and including his 150-word comments, also adding in there that would not be substantive for the items that they pertain to. So I'd like to suggest to the maker and second of the motion that we amend the minutes with those changes or corrections.
This is Member Wong. Yeah, I'd like to accept those amendments to the motion. So approval of the minutes along with those amendments that we've recommended.
And I say, this is Member.
Okay, great. So the motion on the floor is to approve the minutes of January 5th with the position adjustment for item number 9 to where it's supposed to be, and to include Mr. Hillier's 150-word submitted written comments into the minutes as appropriate to what they're pertaining to. Anything else? Are we ready for a vote? Okay, hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Yankee? Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Wong, seconded by Member Padmanabhan to approve the minutes with the adjustment of item 9 and include Mr. Hillier's 150-word submitted comment into the record.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please call next item.
Item number 3, file number 19140, complaint filed by Stephen Malloy against the Department of Human Resources for violating Administrative Code Section 6721E for not sending an authorized representative to the hearing. 6725, by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. 6724H for deliberative process exemption. 6726 for withholding a minimum. And 6727 for not providing a footnote and key legal citations. Preamble. On May 25, 2021, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to request the Department of Human Resources review the documents it has presented, including redactions on the basis of attorney-client, to justify those redactions and to remove unnecessary redaction on header fields, including but not limited to, from, date and timestamps, and a complete new search to locate additional responsive records. On January 21, 21, order determination issued. June 22nd, 21, Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to continue the matter to the next Compliance and Amendments Committee with the request to comply with the previous requests listed.
Did you finish?
Yeah.
So it says that the motion was amended to refer the matter to the task force for a hearing. That's why we're here. So I apologize that the opening statement in the item should have been a referral back to the task force from the Compliance and Amendments Committee. I will hand it off to Chair LaHood to give us a brief on this.
Yeah, so we have been, Mr. Malloy has attended many hearings over the past couple of years over this. Initially, there were some issues with the department not sending informed representatives. Then we issued our order of determinations, and this got referred to Compliance and Amendments. I am happy to report that the Department of Human Resources has been sending Mr. Wazinski to recent meetings, and he has participated in the hearings, which has been great. That said, without going into detail over all the back and forth, I believe that at our latest meeting, Mr. Wazinski said that it was the department's position not to provide a privilege log or attorney-client privilege documents related to this matter, even though we said, you know, the documents are public records, they should be redacted appropriately, but there's a little bit, we've been going back and forth on this, and at this point we think this needs to be brought back to the full task force so that we can move forward or resolve compliance on this issue, and that's why we are here today.
Okay, so specifically we're talking about redactions.
Redactions, yes.
So were redactions done?
Some redactions were done, and I would say there were new, I think we should hear from Mr. Malloy, but new redactions were done on documents that had previously, I think, been provided with redactions but not notated properly. So there was some improvement on things that had previously been provided, but I believe that there are some records that have still not been provided because the department says they're covered by attorney-client privilege. And we're saying what the contents may be covered by attorney-client privilege, but they need to be redacted with notation, not completely withheld. And that's where we are.
Great. Members, any other questions for Chair LaHood or the committee? Okay, shall we proceed with having Mr. Malloy make a short presentation? Okay. Mr. Malloy, are you present?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, we'll give you a few minutes to, if you want to elaborate.
Sure. Thank you, members. We've all been through it before. To Chair LaHood's comments, my experience is there have been no the redactions that were made are the same ones that we have all seen. There have been no additional changes, no additional redactions, and no additional search. So what Ms. Leger read still stands as is, and the Department of Human Resources has done nothing that has been presented to me different than what they had originally submitted to the committee like 2 years ago. So nothing has changed, nothing has been complied with, and everything that Ms. Leger read still stands as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a few minutes response from Department of Human Resources. Are you present?
Hello, yes, this is Mr. Wazinski from DHR. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you both, Mr. Malloy and task force members for that, review of what's happened so far. In line with what Mr. Malloy said, I believe that, it was, this was last referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee after, it was found that, by the task force that we should provide some information, including like headers from some other information that was redacted originally several years ago by some different personnel. And it was some advice that we received legally from legal counsel to, despite the findings of the task force, to not provide those. And so we didn't, and I know that it was referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee to see what was going on. I did not find any additional documents that were not withheld already, or redacted rather, from any additional searches. So none of those were provided. And I was kind of under the impression that it was going to go to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and then they were going to make some sort of, different ruling within that realm. So, yep, I'm just here to hear and see what we can come to today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And can you repeat your last name, please?
Yes, this is Ted Wazinski speaking.
Wazinski, thank you. Okay, members, any questions for the parties? Member Schmidt.
Yeah, question for the respondent. How many pages of documents have you or has your department held on to not produced based on attorney-client privilege?
Well, so that's an interesting question. I believe that what we kind of found out is that the documents that were provided initially, back when this request was originally made, there was a few that were actually handed over, but they were completely redacted, when really they should have, according to what our legal counsel thought, they were entirely privileged documents and should have been withheld. So no documents at that point were actually withheld. They were just overly redacted because, they were redacted in their entirety, basically, because they were to be withheld and they were just kind of disseminated improperly at that time.
Okay, so there's some just completely redacted documents that you did produce. Could you tell me approximately how many pages that there were in that?
Sure. In terms of like unique pages, very few, maybe, 3 or 4 total. There might be several pages that are like, all redacted, but, without relaying the contents of them, a lot of it is, just maybe a response to an email. And so, that the prior chain of what was in those has been repeated, so.
Okay, so you can say to us that other than those documents that were produced fully redacted, there's no other set of documents that have never appeared in any form that are being withheld based on attorney-client privilege, right?
That is correct. There's no new there's no new documents or emails that have like gone back and forth that I'm finding, these people that weren't reviewed already.
Okay.
Withheld, so.
Okay, thank you. And to Mr. Malloy, does that assessment of the fully redacted documents, does that adhere to your recall of the course of events in this matter?
No, because in our several meetings, what we've reviewed, and if you were to go back and click on the file that Ms. Leger has created, I'm not sitting in front of a laptop right now to do that, but we've done this many times in our session. There are the immediate fully redacted documents that Mr. Wazinski has referred to that we have all reviewed together. And those are the improperly redacted documents that per the Sunshine Ordinance are to be cited and complied with per the ordinance that the Department of Human Resources has refused to comply with. And so that needs to be addressed and pushed forward for misconduct if they refuse to continue to do that. The other part of the file that Ms. Leger compiled for you, if you scroll through it, has a number of emails in it where the Department of Human Resources, specifically Hallie Albert from the Department of Human Resources, is discussing me and those emails and talking about meetings. And we've reviewed that collectively as a task force a number of times, and the members can refer you to it. And Mr. Wazinski was to go back and review that section and also search for those people discussed by Hallie Albert and the city attorney who met and discussed me, and pull those records and cite those meetings, times, and that public information too, because that was part of my request, all records. And that has not been done. And we've reviewed that a number of times, and we've gone over that section of emails in the file as well. So that is still pending and has not been done.
Thank you. No more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Member Neighbors.
Mr. Wazinski, since we saw you at the Compliance and Amendments Committee, have you conducted any additional search at all?
Yes, I believe that was done maybe in June, where I asked other, named individuals to search. Well, one, I went back and saw, the original searches that were there and conducted my own search, and then asked other individuals if they had any other emails and compared those emails with the ones that were provided, and I didn't find anything new.
Okay. And then the other thing that we talked about at that meeting is that we asked you to double check documents that you may have thought were fully redacted, as Chair LaHood of the CAC discussed, but to consider whether or not they were subject lines and to and from lines that were improperly redacted. Did you check the fully redacted documents specifically for that information to determine if you could unmask it?
Thank you. I think that I think this is, my prior response to this too might not have changed. I may have again asked our counsel has now changed. The attorney that we were working with, I believe, has been moved, and so in the future we'll be working with someone else in terms of like compliance recommendations and stuff like that. But I think that the idea was that it was of the opinion that these documents, as we said, were admit that they were misredacted, like not redacted properly. And so
Right.
they actually should have been withheld. And so then providing, information from some of them when we thought that those should have been withheld documents, whether or not that particular information should have been provided, it became irrelevant because it was of the council's opinion that none of the entire document itself was protected, I guess.
Okay. So there were no documents that could have been differently redacted because every document that was fully redacted should have been, in your opinion or in your attorney's opinion, withheld completely.
That is correct.
Okay.
Members, any other questions? Okay. Is there any further action that the task force would like? Oh, member Neighbors, you still have your hand up. You're done. Okay, great. Is there any further action that the task force would like to address to the respondent? Member LaHood.
I guess the question here is, if the documents were released, once they've been released, can we say that they do need to be, they were released and redacted and they were not annotated properly? We've asked that be done. Can they just continue to say we should not have released them in the first place, or can we continue to request compliance? They were released and they should be annotated.
Well, the task force had deemed those records to be public, correct?
Right.
Okay. And the order of determination, or our order, was that they were missing those keyed footnotes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And we ordered them to produce that. And didn't the committee also order them to do that?
Yes, more than once.
Okay. That's where we're at today.
Yes, that's why we're here.
Did the committee have a recommendation for the task force?
We are seeing that our order is not being complied with.
Okay. Is there a motion? It can take the form of reaffirming a previous decision and to, reissue or, reissue the order, or something else. Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yeah, I had to say, I'm not quite sure. I mean, I'd love to see what a motion could be here, but circumstances haven't changed. It's already been decided. And so I'm not quite clear on what it is we can do, and therefore, why we're hearing the case again. So, but please educate me on what further can be done here.
Member LaHood?
I just want to verify. I believe that when we made our order of determination, this was referred to ethics. Is that correct? And have we heard back anything on that, or is it just over there in limbo?
I've got no communications. Ms. Leger, are you aware of any communications from
I have not
ethics?
seen anything.
You never referred this to ethics. You never went
I
that
didn't-
far.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't see it in the order of determination either. Now, for Member Schmidt's question, this is a matter of escalation. So when a respondent is or party is ordered by the task force to perform a function under the law, and then they do not comply with that, then it usually comes back to the task force for escalation. So you can ask again, or you can start moving towards a 6734 discussion.
Chair Wolf,
Yes.
see in our staff notes that in March, this was referred to ethics because it already came back to the full task force. Unless that's incorrect. This would be on March 3rd, 2021.
Hold on a minute. No. I'm just reading back the minutes of that day. Here it is. Yes, moved by Member Forsley, second by Member Frazier to refer the matter to ethics for enforcement of the Sunshine Ordinance order determination. Request that the Department of Human Resources produce the requested documents and that the Ethics Commission find a violation of Administrative Code 6734 for willful failure. So this has already been adjudicated to that point. I would agree with the sentiments of Member Schmidt that this stay with compliance and amendments, and that the committee look for or inquire with ethics about that, about the status of that, and then report back to the task force if further action needs to be taken. But once it's been handed off to them, hopefully, the question is what they're going to do with regards to enforcement at this point. Member Vice Chair Yankee, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. Who would send it to ethics? Would that be Cheryl? Can we confirm that actually made it over to ethics? I'm hoping this isn't a situation where we passed a motion and then it never actually happened.
Yeah, I'm not. It's too long ago. I don't recall. But we can check on that. But in the meantime, just for the sake of time, I think this should just be referred back to CAC, and then we'll check in on the ethics referral, and then we'll take it from there. I think at this point, Member LaHood.
Chair Wolf, I'm a little bit concerned because I feel like we've already gone through several rounds with CAC. And the reason we brought it back to the full task force, unless we find that it hasn't been referred to ethics, in which case we're going to have to come back to the full task force anyway, it feels like we've hit the end of the road with CAC.
Okay, very good.
A letter was drafted on March 29th, 2021, and sent to Chair Wolf. I'm looking at the ethics referral right now. I can send it to Chair Wolf.
Okay. Then Members, I that maybe suggest that we just continue the item until we see what the result is from the Ethics Commission. I think, we had hit, you're right, I think we hit the end of the road on this one, and there was no further action that we could do on it beyond our authority. So I'll entertain a motion to continue the item.
Move to continue.
Okay, moved by Member Schmidt, second by Member LaHood.
Second by Member LaHood.
Okay, great. Any further discussion on the continuance? Hearing none, public comment, please wait for Ms. Leger on the motion to continue.
Do we have public commenters?
Peter Warfield. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just a moment, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have other public commenters? Okay, we'll start with Mr. Warfield. Mr. Warfield, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am. Just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. Also reachable at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We're not a party to this, and we're not familiar with the details, other than that we do care about effective open government and effective enforcement. And I'm not clear what happened. I thought that one of the members said we've already been through a long process with multiple appearances at compliance and amendments, and I'm not clear what the continuance is for. This has already dragged on for a very long time, with multiple violations on violations, such as somebody authorized not showing up at least one of the meetings and so on and so forth. And I just don't see that there's clarity about what the process is here with respect to what you're doing to enforce and try to bring to some kind of conclusion what's going on. It's certainly an exhaustion for the complainant, presumably the public as well, and yourselves. So I'm not sure. I would certainly say that the motion for a continuance should be specific about what it is that you want to do further, what you want to determine or establish or study, or what the continuation is for. There are other places where you can send a clear-cut violation besides the Ethics Commission, and you might consider those as well. Finally, I think this is the kind of thing that might need some kind of what I have called the action under 67.30 and following, which is to make a report of some kind, to make an advice of some kind, to observe that this and other complaints have dragged on and on and on, that there have been refusals to follow what you have ordered, and so on and so forth.
23 seconds.
I beg your pardon?
23 seconds.
And so I think that the continuation should be specific about what it's for, where this is going, and consideration should be given to sending advice, sending a report, pulling together a report about this sort of thing, which is an exhaustion and doesn't seem to be going anyplace. Thanks very much.
Any other public comment? Okay, this is a motion to continue. It was pretty clear what we were, what our interest in continuing is to further investigate the referral to ethics. We ready for a vote? Any objections? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Member Schmidt?
Aye. Aye.
Gotcha. Member LaHood?
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Schmidt, second by Member LaHood to continue the item to the next task force hearing. Is that what you're saying, Bruce?
No, at the call of the chair.
Or continue to call the chair? Shall I read the next item, Chair Wolf?
Yes, please go to the next item.
Item number 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Okay, before we begin, I just want to mention that we are going to take a short recess after the next item, after public comment. Just fair warning. Okay, please proceed.
This is Patrick. I'd like to comment, please.
Do we have other general public commenters? This is general public comment.
Yes, Peter Warfield.
Do we have other public commenters?
Can you confirm? I never know whether the mute is on or not and whether you're hearing it. I'd appreciate being on the phone for a confirmation you've heard.
Yes, I heard you.
Thank you.
So we have 2 general public commenters. Patrick, are you ready to begin?
Yes, Ms. Flauget.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Patrick Manette Shaw. First, please schedule discussion and action on Anonymous number 3's proposed template for a new format for ODs that he submitted on January 6th via email to the task force. It's an excellent proposal. Second, I accidentally stumbled across an agenda for the task force's retreat meeting held on January 25th. I do not recall seeing this meeting announced on the Board of Supervisors online calendar of upcoming meetings published every week. For the following week, that web page is where all other task force meeting agendas are typically posted and announced in advance of a scheduled hearing. The retreat was essentially a special meeting. And I routinely receive special meeting agenda notices for other city board and commissions, either in U.S. mail or in email. Although the task force may or may not have posted the January 25th agenda on your own website, I don't recall that it had been posted in the usual and customary place on the Board of Supervisors web page calendar of upcoming meetings, which is where all of your other meeting agendas are routinely posted. This suggests that potentially any actions taken on January 25th may have to be moot, acted on at a meeting that may not have been properly noticed as a public meeting. We need to know what action was taken on the 25th on granting the task force administrator authority to determine with complaints are valid, what action may have been taken after discussion of the SOTF meeting durations, and what action was taken on revising the respondent's intake form. Thank you.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and also at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I'd certainly like to second the previous speaker's recommendations, and in particular, I'm concerned about the special meeting, which took some important issues, and by my recollection, there was no notice about it that one would reasonably expect when there's a special meeting outside of the usual schedule, especially with such, what I would say certainly are important matters being taken up. One would expect that there'd be plenty of hullabaloo, as it were, and particularly because I think it's important for you to, and I've said this over time previously, to have much more invitation and openness to the public and what some of the public may offer you. You have people here, including today, who have a long history of experience with the Sunshine Ordinance and with open government and with the Sunshine Task Force. And seems to me you've also got an extensive mailing list. I think it's really needed to evaluate what's working, what's not working, what people think about the issues that you are taking up, and whether they consider those the most important, and so on and so forth. And I just haven't seen very much of that, and in particular with respect to this special meeting. Well, that's all I'll say about that. I am very concerned, and we've been very concerned with open government, because for those folks who, whether in the press or as advocates and so on, it's very important for open government, for democracy, and for just the practical knowledge of what's going on. It's important to have good functioning open government. And so to the degree that you and we are looking for that, we certainly are on the same side of the issue. There has been huge, massive flouting of the law. And I think that the task force needs to not just look at processing complaints, which is important, but the larger pattern of flouting the law that seems to be happening at the very highest levels. The Examiner recently had a Sunday article about the mayor in this regard, but I think you need to take that in hand. You haven't had an annual report covering since 2016, I believe it is. I'm glad to see you're planning it, but you can also advise and give reports and speak as well about what's going on. Thank you.
Do we have other public commenters for general public comment? Chair Wolf, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is closed. Thank you very much for your comments. Let's call the next item.
Item number 5, file number 20011, complaint filed by Ahimsa Porter Sumchai against Mayor London Breed and the Office of the Mayor for allegedly violating Administrative Code sections 6715, 67.5, and 67.6 by failing to have a meeting quorum and failing to conduct business in a proper manner, failing to notice the time, plate, and place of the meeting, and failing to allow public. Preamble is discussed on October 6, 2021. The task force continued the matter to the call of the chair, pending the results of research by the task force deputy city attorney and committee review to be determined by the chair prior to additional task force hearings. On December 21, 2021, the complaint committee moved to send the matter to the task force for consideration of the case, which may include whether to disclose advice from our deputy city attorney to the public. On January 5, 2022, the task force, moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Highland, to waive the attorney-client privilege for cases 20100 and 20011.
Okay, thank you very much. So members, we're going to pick this up during where we left off, which was during the, I believe, the deliberation process after we had heard rebuttals. Just for everybody's edification, the links to the attached documents are below the opening paragraph on the agenda, where it says item 5, part 1 of 7, and then so on. It's a very large file, so it had to be broken up into parts. Okay, so we now have the attorney-client privilege in the attorney. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. We now have our research done by legal counsel. We have now released it publicly. It is now before you to now come to any further conclusions on this matter. And so if there is a motion, I'll entertain that. Otherwise, discussion. Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you. I think it wasn't mentioned in the summary for this file number, but if everyone refers back to the October minutes, there was a motion on the merits of this case that was for a 67.4 violation, and that motion failed. So to a certain extent, we did hear and vote on merits. I think the thought was, that the memo was still important, and we should, consider what the legal advice says. But I'm not sure that we're actually at the point of redeliberating the entire case. Just I would suggest we focus on specifically the memo and how it may play out regarding this case.
Member Schmidt. You're on mute.
Sorry, my turn. The legal memo seems to me to, in addition to what Member Yankee just said, which is important, it seems to indicate that the history of this this subunit, the Hunters Point Advisory, puts it outside the scope of our jurisdiction. But if that part of what the analysis was not clear, I'd suggest that anyone here might ask legal counsel, since they're here too, they're just not on the screen, to elucidate on that. So I just want to throw that out there.
Chair Walsh, if I may, this is Helen Castillo. I am online. Unfortunately, I didn't have the link to the team, so if you want to send that to me, I'm happy to be on the screen, but I am on the phone for any questions.
Sure, we can send it to you.
I would say in either case, it's not a policy body, and it's looks like it's not even within the jurisdiction here. And the fact, as Member Yankee said, that my previous motion fails. I would say we can't take any action, and I would move to dismiss the matter.
This is Member Stein. I'm going to second the motion to dismiss the matter. I'm also convinced that this is a organization, for better or worse, that does lie outside of our jurisdiction, and really is a state authorized entity that's a separate entity from, the city in all respects. I wish it was more. I wish it represented itself differently than it does, but I'm convinced it's not under our jurisdiction, so I'll second the motion.
Okay, I just want to hold off for a second because our bylaws have a specific term for that. Where is it? Okay, make a motion to take no further action and to close the file. That's how we dismiss a complaint.
I amend my motion accordingly.
Okay, so the motion by Member Schmidt, second by Member Stein, is to take no further action and to close the file on file number 20011. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's open it for public comment. Oh, let me ask you, members, are you open to having either party respond to that? Because under our rules of public comment, we the parties are not allowed to make comment on motions. Member Padmanabhan.
Yeah, I would like to hear from both the parties.
Okay. Is there any objection, members? No? Okay, let's start with the parties. Dr. Sumchai, are you present?
Yes.
Okay.
Hear me?
Sorry?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. And is there a representative from the mayor's office? Okay. Okay, Dr. Sumchai, will wait for Ms. Leger. You'll have 3 minutes.
Dr. Sumter, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
This is Hank Hackle from the mayor's office. Sorry.
Okay.
Very good.
Dr. Sumter, you may proceed.
File number 0011 was a continuation of a file that originated July 2018. And I receipt of the deputy city attorney, and it is absolutely unclear to me why it was privileged information. There's nothing in the statement that is sensitive or warranted it being categorized in this, on the basis of it being attorney client. I am certainly willing to accept that you lack jurisdiction in this matter, although again, I also am very, very concerned that a body, quasi-governmental body that is making decisions about the largest development project in San Francisco outside. Yes. But more importantly, I feel that there's an element of negligence that is very, very clear. If there had not been a opinion by the city attorney that
We're having a little trouble hearing you now, Dr. Sumchai.
I've stopped your clock so we can. Victor, do you know how to get rid of the hum?
let me just
The most I can do
conclude
is
by
mute everyone's
saying
line
I
and maybe
feel.
step back.
Hear me?
I'm gonna go
Hello,
ahead and
can I
mute
be
some
heard?
lines. I'm gonna mute all the extra lines, so hopefully it's somebody else. If I do mute you, you can reactivate your mic.
I stopped the clock for Dr. Sunshine so that we could take care of this.
Can you hear me?
Just a moment, Dr. Sunshine. Thank you, Victor. Dr. Sunshine, I stopped the clock while we were doing that process. You have 46 seconds left.
Do not start yet. I am still muting lines.
Can I be heard?
One moment, please. I'm trying to fix the lines. Okay, the line that's causing the hum is line ending in 7-1. I just muted that. I don't know whose line that was. But Dr. Sumchai, if you could go ahead and unmute yourself, you can go ahead and begin your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that hum is coming from Dr. Sumchai's line. There's nothing I can do about it.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's nothing that I can do about it either. Let me just say that we are entering year 4 of a matter that clearly could have been resolved with the first filing that this matter generated in July of 2018. And certainly a opinion by the city attorney's office would have clarified the issue at that time. I think another issue that obviously is before us is the determination in the complaint that was filed in July of 2018. Obviously you didn't have jurisdiction on the decisions made in that file. Yes.
Mr. Heckle, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You have 3 minutes. Are you ready to begin, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Chair Wolf, members of the task force, Dr. Sumchai. I don't really have much to add. I would like to thank the task force for their patience with this process and Dr. Sumchai's sort of understanding and persistence and patience as well. And I think from what I understand from the city attorney's determination, I do agree that the Hunters Point Shipyard Citizens Advisory Committee is a passive meeting body, and also the administration of that body, which is conducted through the OCII office, which is a state entity, as was mentioned. It is not subject to the jurisdiction of the task force, and we've heard from some of the staff that assist with the with the Citizens Advisory Committee, and we've kind of gone through the facts of Dr. Sumchai's objection to some of the process, but we agree in the mayor's office, with this outcome that it is not a policy body, and therefore all of the sort of formal notice and public comment requirements don't apply. So I would ask, I'm not sure if this is the case, but I would ask that the city attorney opinion, I think, should be added to the file. I haven't been able to locate it, but just sort of make this clear for future issues that may come up with this body and may be applicable to other advisory bodies. And we've tried to assist in the mayor's office and promote transparency and assist the staff at the advisory committee and assist Dr. Sumchai wherever we could. I mean, I don't believe we were ever a proper respondent, because we don't have any control over this body. It was created by Mayor Agnos many years ago, and it is a passive meeting body. So thank you for everyone's patience in this process, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move forward, Member Schmidt, we had wanted to hear from DCA Castillo before you, and then you made the motion. So I believe she's on the line now, and we can hear from her now. Go ahead, Ms. DCA Castillo.
Muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. I don't know if you had a more specific question, but I did want to clarify one statement that I just heard. The Hunters Point Shipyard Advisory Committee was actually not created by the mayor. It was created by the redevelopment agency. And because the redevelopment agency is a state agency and a public entity and not a part of the city, when asked to look at this issue, we looked at how the body was formed, and it does not fall under any of the 7 criterias of what a policy body is under the Sunshine Ordinance. And because it was created by a separate public entity, it simply doesn't fall under the Sunshine Ordinance. And that's why we concluded that the task force did not have jurisdiction. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have, but I know that was one of the questions that I received subsequent to the opinion as to why it didn't fall under 67.3D7. So
I have a question.
Sure.
When did the redevelopment agency disband?
I believe it was in 2011. AB 26, which dissolved the agency, took effect on October 1st, 2011, and this body was created in 1993. So.
And what happens to all of the governance under the redevelopment agency? Was that dissolved, or did it be assumed under a different body?
I can't speak to all of the bodies, but what I can tell you is that when the agency dissolved, California Health and Safety Code Section 34173 discussed that the successor agency, which is the City and County of San Francisco, steps in essence, to the shoes of the redevelopment agency and maintains the status that the redevelopment agency had as a separate public entity. So while it's true that the City and County of San Francisco has undertaken the projects and the developments under the redevelopment agency, it does not change the characterization of the successor body. And that's what the state legislation says.
Oh, okay. That's a very interesting distinction. Okay. Member Schmidt, go ahead.
When you say characterization, and I'm interested because I assume this applies to a lot of things. What is that? What words would you put on that characterization?
Sure. I'll actually say, read you from section 34173G, which says a successor agency, which is the City and County of San Francisco, is a separate public entity from the public agency that provides for its governance, and the two entities shall not merge. And then at the end of that, it says as successor entity, successor agencies succeed to the organizational status of the former redevelopment agency, but without any legal authority to participate in redevelopment activities except to complete any work related to an approved enforceable obligation. And then you look to the resolution that created the successor agency. Which also reiterates that City and County of San Francisco as the successor agency is a separate public agency. So it clearly states that it's a separate public entity. However, when asked the characterization of this body, the Hunters Point Citizen Advisory Committee, we would look to the Sunshine Ordinance and the criteria of what you would categorize a body as a policy body, and it doesn't fall under that. You have to look at the formation of the body, unfortunately.
Wow. Okay. So not to change my motion anyway, but this just sounds like the Twilight Zone or something.
Well, in essence, it's why it took it took time, because you couldn't simply look at it and say, oh, well, it's, the members are appointed by the mayor, it operates in the city, and therefore it's a policy body. No, that's not the case. And, that's done what you've asked, but that's the analysis we've come up with. And because it obviously takes more than just looking up certain online items, I think Dr. Semchai said you didn't know why this communication had to be privileged. It's attorney-client privilege because we are providing you legal analysis and a legal opinion, and therefore it is privileged. And the task force has waived that privilege, so now we can discuss it. However, that's the reason.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Castillo.
You're muted, Chair.
Sorry.
Wolf, yeah.
So just to thank you very much. Appreciate it. Just to distill it, the Hunters Point Shipyard Citizens Advisory Committee, which was created under the previous redevelopment agency, which had dissolved, was then subsumed under the new, forgot what it's OCII, I think it's now called, but that the status and the of the Shipyard Citizens Advisory Committee did not change, despite that a new agency, it would to be like report to a new agency, or the successor agency. So that's kind of where we're at this point.
I just want to throw in, can I just throw
Sure.
in there, this is Member Stein, that I completely understand the legal way that it was structured, and that it was structured to sort of protect the city from assuming like liability or, certain responsibilities, associated with that former agency. But it obviously didn't take really like the citizens' perspective into account. And so you have this agency that's operating as if it's a kind of citizens group and representing citizens of San Francisco, and yet the protections don't really apply to citizens. And I think that's a kind of unfortunate aspect of this state, the way the state dissolved the former entity and allowed the new one to be created.
Well, if on behalf of the citizens, in regards to Sunshine, we can send a recommendation to the powers that be that something should change. We don't think it's fair. Something to think about.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's if there's no other questions for DCA Castillo, then we'll continue with public comment on this item. And this will be a public comment for all others that are not party. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Do we have public commenters?
This is Patrick, please.
Do we have other public commenters? Okay, Patrick, why don't we start with you? Are you ready to begin?
Sure, thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Patrick. In the past, I have fought with the mayor's long-term care coordinating council that Mayor Newsom created back in 2004. They insist that they are a passive meeting body. I had to struggle with them and fight with them to get them to take public comment during their meetings. They have complied with the provision in Sunshine to forward emails that I send them asking to distribute it to the 40 plus members of the Long-Term Coordinating Council. They have done so. I did not follow the intricacies of why this particular passive meeting body is not actually created by the mayor, even though I'm suspecting at one point Dr. Somchai was correct that it had been initially created by the Office of the Mayor as a committee, a citizens advisory committee of some sort. I fully support Chair Wolf's ending remark about forwarding some sort of follow-up letter to whoever the powers that be are. I've noticed that there are recent media reports about the failure of the Department of Public Health and the Navy to adequately monitor the air quality in the Bayview Hunters Point area, where they are putting up hundreds and hundreds of market rate and or affordable housing units in that area, despite the contamination of the soil. This is a matter that should not simply be swept under the rug and disappear. Dr. Somchai has done monumental, heroic work on this effort, and we should not allow this matter to escape good government, open sunshine of whatever quote-unquote advice that body is giving them. The mayor's long-term care coordinating council pretends that it's a passive meeting body, but it simultaneously advises or claims that it is simultaneously a formal policy body.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Are there any other speakers? Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? We ready for a vote? Hearing no objection.
Hello. Can I make public comment, please? Can I make public comment? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
let's we'll reopen public comment for this last comment. Please wait.
I thought I asked if I was on the list.
We didn't hear any other. We didn't hear you.
Maybe it was from the muting when you muted everybody.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready to begin?
Yes, just let me know when.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I do think that Dr. Sumchai has done tremendous work and has been amazingly persistent in her work and on this issue, and I think it's unfortunate that I believe it's true that if it's a matter of just determining whether you have jurisdiction, that seems to me that could have been handled quicker than 4 years. I think it's an issue. Your withdrawal, the withdrawal of the city attorney's support, or the reduction of the city attorney's support, and for that matter, the clerk's reduction or inadequate, insufficient support, both of which I think, whether or not you get additional funding from the supervisors, even without the funding, is required under the law, that both of them give you a certain level of support that they have backed off from. I'm very concerned that it's very hard to follow what's going on as a member of the public. We're not concerned directly. We haven't followed this closely. But I would like to know where in the documentation is the deputy city attorney's letter. I hear from the respondent that he suggests the city attorney's advice letter be added to the file. Well, I think it certainly should be. I can't cite you chapter and verse, but the original Sunshine Ordinance specifically said that any city attorney advice given with respect to open government is not confidential. That was in the initial concept of the whole Sunshine Ordinance. Now, with respect to this complicated thing of what kind of a body is this, that, or the other thing, and is it subject, and so on, I think that's one of the biggest hurdles with the Sunshine Ordinance and the whole concept of passive meeting bodies and so on. But I have the Attorney General's Brown Act description, and what that says on page 3 is about local agencies. It says, and I believe that the Sunshine Ordinance is able to make a decision about whether something is being violated in the state law. And that's the Brown Act. And it says here, local agencies include all cities, counties, school districts, municipal corporations, special districts, and all other local public entities, 54.951. The first determination one must make in assessing applicability is whether the agency is local in nature. If it's essentially local in character, it's probably subject to the Act, 54.951. So that seems to me pretty clear.
Your time is
up, I don't understand how that relates to your attorney advice on this matter, or how you should handle this case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes, Winship Hillier.
Okay. Is there any other beyond Mr. Hillier? Are there any others? Okay. Public comment will be closed after this next speaker. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Mr. Hillier, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Leger, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to reply to the previous public commenter, since you guys aren't actually allowed to do that. This is even though the meeting was covered by the Brown Act, and even though the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has a jurisdiction over Brown Act violations, they apparently only have jurisdiction over Brown Act. Well, actually, wait a minute. I got a little confused there. I'm not sure that it has jurisdiction over Brown Act violations committed by a Brown Act body that's not covered by the Sunshine Ordinance. And if it did, it would be really problematic, because you might have somebody coming here from Sacramento or Tuolumne County, another county, saying, oh, there was a Brown Act violation and you guys adjudicate that. So would you please adjudicate this Brown Act violation? Because I don't want to go to court. I don't want to pay the fees and pay a lawyer. So I hope you can appreciate that this body may be limited to only adjudicating cases that come up from policy bodies, even if they're Brown Act violations, policy bodies under the Sunshine Ordinance. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And I was going to make the same comment that while it's mentioned in the ordinance regarding non-city and county created committees like meeting bodies like the school board and the college board and other similar types of board, the redevelopment agency at the time was not created by the city and county. It was a state body. Okay, are we ready for a vote? Okay, hearing no objections, please call the roll. And I'll repeat the motion. The motion is to seek no further action and to close file.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland? Member Highland? Member Highland absent. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye.
Member
Moved by
Highland,
Member
aye.
Schmidt. I'm sorry, was that Chris?
Yes, Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, okay, aye. Moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein to take no further action on the case and close the matter on file 20011.
Okay, thank you very much. We will take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 6:05 without any objection.
Member Schmidt.
Gone but not forgotten.
I just see the same frozen picture of him, and I thought, is he sleeping? Should we wake him up?
Okay, are we all back here? Let's see.
How
We've got
about one?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have quorum. Okay. Ms. Leger, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Well, the
Okay,
next
great.
item.
Yes, please.
Item number 6, file number 20100, complaint filed by Winship Hillier against the Behavioral Health Commission, formerly known as the Mental Health Board, for allegedly violating Section 67.7A by failing to post the agenda 72 hours in advance and failure to provide a description of each item of business. 67.7B by failing to post documents on the website or make available to the public. 67.7D, failure to take action on any item not on the agenda. 67.7G, failing to allow public comment. 67.9A, failure to post relevant documents on the internet. Preamble. On October 6, 2021, moved by Chair Wolf, seconded by Vice Chair Hyland, to continue the matter to the call of the Chair to review the status of the Behavioral Health Commission as to whether it falls under the jurisdiction of the ordinance under 67.3D and to further review how the holdover provisions apply. On January 5, 2022, Task Force moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Hyland, to waive the attorney-client privilege for cases 20100 and 20011. Bruce, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Just for everyone's edification, the legal advice is on P1275 of the packet. And just also to notate that it was also included in the packet for the previous item. Okay, members. Let's see. Where were we in the? Did we get to rebuttals on this one? I failed to check that part.
This is Vice Chair Yankee. We found 2 violations on this already. There were just a couple of open-ended questions that we wanted to have resolved. Okay. So we don't need to hear the merits of this case again. We should focus again on the interaction of the legal memo with the remaining open issues.
I was just trying to ascertain whether we were at the point before rebuttals or after.
This is Member Stein. In my notes, I have that we heard rebuttals.
We did. Okay, great. Okay, so we are now in the deliberation portion. We have the legal advice, doing the research on this particular body. It's now with us. DCA Castillo.
Yes, sorry. Can I clarify something about that advice? The specific advice you asked for, because the specific advice requested was whether the holdover provision under the administrative code applied, and that's where I opine that it did not. However, it does not mean that the Welfare and Institution Code section 5600 did not apply in terms of the term limits and the number of years that you can serve and the number of terms that one can serve. So I just wanted to point that out. When we said you have no jurisdiction to review the holdover provision, it's as to whether or not the Board of Supervisors appoints members to this body, and they are the ones that will determine whether or not the body is in violation by overstaying the term. However, it does not mean that you cannot review whether or not they met without quorum or action was taken in violation of the meeting laws. So I just wanted to clarify that, which is, I think, where you are, but I wanted to state that. Okay. Because I saw in the opposition memo from the respondent or the complainant that he raises issues in there. So I thought it required some clarification on my part. I hope that was helpful.
Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I even though there's a weird ambiguity in this provision, there's two ways I can read the or otherwise language. I don't know if it even matters, because I think we're open to considering whether there are violations here. You know, we can consider whether we think there was a quorum issue, but only in connection with our consideration of whether, you know, there's sunshine violations. I think that's what's going on here. Yeah, so we can proceed in my understanding of the law on this.
Okay, anybody else? Is there any action to take with regards to this new information? Okay, seeing no and hearing none, I have no idea what that, oh, something on my end. Sorry about that. Whoops. Okay. All right. So, is there any, I couldn't hear for a moment. Was there any action that we wanted to take on this?
This is Member Stein. I can make a motion to close the file.
Okay, so the motion to take no further action and close the file?
Take no further action and close the file, yeah.
Okay, is there a second? Vice Chair Yankee?
Yeah, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to comment, because we're in the middle, but I wanted to mention that we did find 2 other violations, and so if we close the file, I'm not sure if that would affect compliance monitoring for the other violations that were found.
Oh, hold on. It's October, right?
I thought we found 4 violations. 67.7A and B, right. 67.7G, and 67.9A. And I certainly do not mean to not take no further action on those violations.
Right. Right. There was an additional, beyond that, there was an additional action to continue the matter, review the status. And as to whether this body falls under the jurisdiction of the ordinance, and to further review how the holdover provisions apply. That was the actual motion. And there was actually another action thereafter that was moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by myself, to find that the commission violated 67A by failing to post their agenda 72 hours, which is a Brown Act violation.
Yes, there was. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to take no further action and to close the file. Is there a second? Going once.
I'll be happy to second.
Okay. Member Schmidt seconds it. Members, any further deliberation on the motion? Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah. I understand the take no further action, but I do have a problem with the and close the file because I don't think we should close the file. I understand the intent of what Member Stein's doing, and perhaps we should suggest just continuing the matter with future compliance monitoring on prior violations found. Just wording it a little bit differently so it doesn't look like we're actually closing the file in its entirety.
Well, I think Member Stein, I gotcha. Hold on a moment. I think Member Stein's intention was that we wouldn't be nullifying the previous violations that were found. It was just that we don't need to hear this case anymore. Is that correct?
Yes. Can I say take no action on, was it 67.3D? I think that was what was that what was up for?
Yes.
What was in question? Take no action on 67.3D.
Okay.
And what would be a better wording for?
Leave it at that. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to make a motion to affirm that or not, per se. I don't know that it's necessary. If you want to just keep it on the record for continuity, that's fine. I think more importantly is whether the concept of closing the file is necessary or not at this time, unless there's further work that needs to be done on this complaint to maintain it on our agenda in that way. I saw some hands up. I think with Member Highland. Did you have your hand?
I did, yeah. I was just going to say, I think a cleaner way of doing it is just to, affirm the two motions that have passed, and create any ODs we need out of that, and for compliance to CAC, and maybe just note no further action taken on jurisdiction 673D, and just that doesn't need to be a motion on that. There was discussion, no further action taken. That keeps the file open. It keeps the two actions moving forward as they should. That's all. Thanks.
Great. Member LaHood.
I agree with what Member Highland just said.
Okay. Is there do you want to reword your motion, Member Stein?
I would say I make a motion to affirm the finding of violations, the previous two actions, which include violations of 67.7A and B, and 67.7G, and 67.9A, and then to take no action on 67.3D.
And does the seconder, Member Schmidt, do you?
Sorry. Point of order, Member Stein. There's also a second action, 67.7A, failure to post agenda within 2 hours. You probably wanted to include
Yeah,
that too.
I did include that. I said 67.7A and B.
G was also
And
included.
G and then 67.9A. I did mention all four.
Yeah.
Right. But there was two separate actions on 67.7A. One was adequate description, and one was agenda within 72 hours, and those had separate actions.
Okay. All right. So I make a motion to affirm the previous two motions, finding violations of all of the sections I already mentioned. And I guess to be more clear, we can say those 67.7A, both for failing to post their agenda 72 hours in advance of the meeting and failing to give an adequate description of agenda items.
Perfect.
I'm amenable. Second agrees.
Okay. Hold on. Where was I in this? Here it is. There was also, actually, there were 3 actions under 67.9. I'm sorry, that was 67. Oh, there were 2. Okay, so we have 2 actions for 67.A. We have 1 action 67.7B, 1 action 67.7G, another action for 67.9A, and a third action for 67.9A.
Said that, Bruce.
You did. Okay. So 72 hours, adequate descriptions.
Yeah.
Adequate descriptions and supplementary documents, right? Those are the 3 67A actions. B is to post supporting documents or to make them available, and G for failing to include notices. Okay, great. So the motion is to reaffirm those items previously approved, and to keep the file open for monitoring.
And to take no further action on
67.3D.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, let's open up for public comment. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
My name is Winship Hillier. I don't know. I'm a party to this action. I don't know if I'm allowed to comment during public comment.
Yeah, well, let's have the. I'm sorry, I should have done that before the motion was made. Let's hear from the parties. We'll give them each 3 minutes, and then we'll have general public comment. Please wait for Ms. Leger. Mr. Hillier, you can go first.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the task force, I just wonder if you heard accurately what the Office of the City Attorney just said, because what I heard her say is that she did not intend her comments to cover the Welfare and Institution Code section 4604 at SEC. And if you take that the way that I think it was intended, I think you'd have to conclude that the term of office for each of the commissioners would be 3 years, and without holdover service. No holdover service allowed, because that's what the state law means. And if you take that as law, then there were only 3 members present at the meeting of July 15th, 2020 of the Behavioral Health Commission. And if there were only 3 members present, and you take that, you take the total number of members of the commission being 17, because that's the maximum number allowable by law, and that's what the Good Government Guide says you should take it as, then by no means would there are a majority of the members present. And by no means did the Sunshine Ordinance or the Brown Act cover that meeting. And by no means do you have jurisdiction. So I urge you to vote no on this motion. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
So a representative from the Behavioral Health Commission.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Can you hear me? Can anybody
Yes,
hear
we
me?
can. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I think the muting was kind of off. I don't know if the clock is running.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, in the memo from Attorney Castillo, it's clear, very clear, and it's stated that this item is not under the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction, and basically alludes to the fact that our holdover commissioners do retain commissioner status until they are replaced. Nobody wants to keep anybody on forever, but it does state they're there until they are replaced. And I would like to move back to a couple of items that were discussed. This 67.7B, failure to take action on any item not on the agenda. I don't think I should take action on items that are not on the agenda. And so I think that we're good there. I did offer and state openly that there was failure to post 72 hours in advance due to all sorts of national and international crisis that was happening. So, you know, I'll go with that. I will not go with failure to allow public comment. You can look at any one of our agendas, and you can find that Mr. Hillier has had plenty of adequate time to make public comment. At any rate, I think that in the interest of, in the larger interest of enhancing the improvement and the productivity of the Behavioral Health Commission, we are committed to transparency. We are committed to being open and a voice for those that are underserved and have not had an opportunity to be heard and serviced within the city of San Francisco. So we look forward to all levels of improvement, but you know, a abusive reprimand do nothing for the progress. So I would ask that the task force take that into consideration in their thoughts. That's pretty much all I have to say. And I thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further discussion based upon what you heard? No. Okay, let's open up for general public comment on this particular motion, reaffirming the previous findings and to take no action on 67.7G. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Do we have public commenters?
This is Commissioner Parks. I'd like to make a statement.
Okay. Do we have other public commenters?
This is Commissioner Parks.
Yes, ma'am, we heard you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you did. My name is Commissioner Tony Parks. I'm on the commission.
Just a moment. I'm waiting to see if we have other speakers, and I don't want to short time.
Okay, no problem.
Do we have other public commenters? All right, Commissioner Parks.
This is Commissioner Jackson Lane. I'd like to make a public comment. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, sorry.
Peter Warfield, can you hear me now?
Yep,
Peter Warfield.
Mr. Warfield, we heard you.
Okay, I apparently was muted. I don't think I intended to mute myself.
The other public commenters?
Ooh.
All right, Commissioner Parks, if you're ready,
Yes, I am. Thank you.
go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Tony Parks. I've been on the commission for over 6 years. And it's been my experience of Winship basically kind of putting roadblocks in our ability to try to give services to people of the city. And I feel frustrated that I'm hearing more from him than other people of the public or other commissioners. And I am frustrated. And I just like to say that. I'm finished.
Commissioner Jackson Lane, are you ready to begin?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead,
Yes.
ma'am.
So I am Commissioner Jackson Lane, and I would like to state number one, appreciation for the Sunshine Task Force, and I would like to stress hopefully 3 things in my allotted time. One, that we have a due diligence and serious commitment to meeting the Sunshine Task Force requirements, the Brown Act, and that we, as a Behavioral Health Commission, our terms are 3 years. In my case, I've been on the commission for 4. So I completed 1 term for 3 years. So my 2nd term, and I was given 2 out of the 3 due to the new composition. So I have not had a full 2nd term. And what I want to say to you is that we, in terms of the charter, it states that we have holdover commissioners until the seat is filled, and is not as described by Mr. Hilliard. And then I would like to say that in terms of COVID and going from face-to-face to virtual meetings, there was a transition period that, yes. And so the reality is that we have tried to do everything we can to address different hookups that, different things that happened in the past. And so it's even been stated that the commission has gotten better with our ability to address the filing times, the description. So when he talks about the description in the agenda, that's subjective. So one person's description, what they consider substantive, can be different from another person's evaluation. And finally, we want this commission to be as strong as possible. And we now have 3 additional new commissioners that have come to the commission. And we are getting, closer to having our full commission. And we're grateful for that. And it's been a difficult situation. However, There has
Sometimes
never been any deliberate attempt to prevent anyone from having public comment. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this motion?
Mr. Warfield. Mr. Warfield, are you ready? Mr. Warfield?
Ready? Yes.
There we
I
go.
was muted.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Ready, sir?
Let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, also at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We're not a party to this, and we're not very familiar with this, but we do care about open government, as I've said before. First of all, thank you to the complainant and to the respondents. This is a rare case of not only the actual parties, the respondents actually showing up instead of having a representative, but actually multiple ones of them. And so I think that's very nice and relatively unusual in my experience. With respect to what's going on here, I wish you would speak it in plain English so that we understand exactly what's going on with the various sections and so on. I've heard all of the things in the agenda mentioned, except I wasn't clear if 67.7D for dog was left out. Maybe I misheard because I heard mention of 67.7G as in good or grateful mentioned, which I did not see in the agenda. So I would appreciate if you would be really clear with phone connections and so on. It's kind of hard to know. Those are the only things that I think have been left out. What I don't understand with 67.7D for dog, it says failure to take action on any item not on the agenda. This doesn't make sense to me. Maybe we could break it down. There was something on the agenda that they didn't take action on. That's not illegal. There was something they took action on that wasn't on the agenda. That certainly would be a problem. I wish you would clarify exactly what that means. There's a bunch of double negatives there. Sounds like they failed to take action on anything that wasn't on the agenda. Well, they can't take an action on something that's not on the agenda. With respect to 67.3D for dog, it's not clear to me exactly. I know you've talked about it a bit, but the issue appears to be whether there was a quorum. It would be useful to just have it in plain English. You say that there was a quorum and that therefore, and this is based on what? This is based on consultation with a lawyer or what? This is what you were holding up a final decision on this matter in order to resolve. So I think it would be really helpful to know what the resolution is and how you got there to drop 67.3 D for dog. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment? Okay, public comment is closed. Seeing none, I would just refer to the minutes. The minutes are pretty explicit on all the items that we are reaffirming. With regards
October
to
6th minutes?
Yes, October 6th minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion, members? Are we ready for a vote? Okay, no objection. Please call roll.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Schmidt to affirm finding violations of 67.7A and B for failing to post supporting documents, 67.7G and 67.9A for taking no action, 67.3D and I already said 67.7 is failing to post the agenda and give adequate descriptions.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a notation. I've just been reviewing item number 3, 19140 with regards to referral to ethics. I can't find a reference in minutes or in my notes of a reference to refer to ethics. There was it was a reference to referring it to CAC. So I will seek to listen to the audio of that meeting to affirm that or not. Okay, let's move to the next item.
Item number 7, file number 21114, Monica Price and the First Amendment Coalition against the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On October 19, 2021, the Complaint Committee found jurisdiction that the records are public and referred the matter to the task force.
Okay, great. Are both parties present? Please unmute by pressing *6.
No Price.
Is there a representative from the police department? Police department? Is there a representative from the San Francisco Police Department? Ms. Leger, did you receive any communications from the police department as to their presence?
I did not receive communication, but there were noticed at this meeting. An Officer Lynn Riley is a new participant in the Sunshine Task Force. She was given notice, and she was sent the packet. She takes Lieutenant Aaron Perez' place.
Oh, so she's the public information officer?
Yeah, she's the new one, yes.
Okay. All right, members, shall we proceed without the respondent? Yes, I'm not hearing any objections to that. Okay, so we will proceed with, this is a new hearing for us. Each of the parties will have 5 minutes for an opening statement. After each one, I'll ask for any witnesses. There'll be a period of discovery, then we'll hear rebuttals, then we'll deliberate and see if there are any violations to take action on. So we'll start with you, Ms. Price, the petitioner, complainant. Please wait for Ms. Leger. You'll have 5 minutes.
Chair Wolf, could we hear from the committee chair first?
Yes, I apologize. Member Schmidt, Chair Schmidt.
Yes, this matter and the next matter both heard at the complaint committee. They involve the same records being sought from first the police department and then the district attorney's office. Although the issues will be somewhat different because the handling of the requests was different. The request by Ms. Price and the First Amendment Coalition was for records involving a death of where the police department was involved, and you'll see at page 1321 that the medical examiner determined that the cause of death was cardiopulmonary complications of methamphetamine and cannabinoid intoxication with law enforcement restraint. And so the medical examiner, that document is important. The police department, with the records request, claimed that because the district attorney chose not to prosecute, I'm sorry, they chose that to determine that the death of the person was not the direct result of the action of the police, that therefore records do not need to be produced. The police department also determined that the incident was not a critical incident, therefore video records do not need to be produced. And you'll see their analysis at 1326 to 1327. So it's somewhat of a straightforward case. I think the language is important on direct result, critical incident, and causation issues. I would ask my fellow member of the complaint committee, do you have any other thoughts on what we heard and what we were looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a dispute as to whether these should be public records because they would be exempted from protections that might otherwise be there because of SB 1421. And I think for that reason, we thought it was important to bring it in front of the entire task force to make a determination on that. So SB 1421 talks about making records public where a use of force is involved in causing, serious bodily harm and death. And there's a dispute here about whether that has to be, the use of force has to be the direct effect or the direct thing leading to the bodily harm, or whether it can be a contributing cause leading to the bodily harm. So I think that's the most important question for me in this case.
Thank you for that addition. Okay, we could go on.
Okay, and did the committee have any recommendation that the task force might consider?
We did not make a recommendation. No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's begin. Ms. Leger, you have the clock. Ms. Price, please wait for Ms. Leger.
Ms. Price, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for your time today. My name is Monica Price, and I'm an attorney and legal fellow with the First Amendment Coalition. We're a nonprofit focused on government transparency and accountability. And we encountered some issues with the records request related to the in-custody death of Christopher Clement. We requested records from the San Francisco Police Department on August 3rd, and on August 20th, 2021, as you heard, the police department responded that they've determined there are no responsive records under Senate Bill 1421. We know that SFPD does have records, and I argue that Senate Bill 1421 does require them to release these records to the public. Mr. Clement passed away after an interaction with and while he was in the custody of the San Francisco Police Department. This was on January 5th, 2019 at California Pacific Medical Center. Mr. Clement was forcibly removed from the hospital. He was placed in restraints, and he subsequently suffered a heart attack and died. And as you may recall, this was reported in the San Francisco Chronicle and by other news organizations. There is heightened public interest in this particular incident. So Senate Bill 1421 requires the release of records related to an incident in which an officer's use of force resulted in death or great bodily injury. Importantly, there's no exception whatsoever in the law that allows the police to withhold records when an officer is not prosecuted. And as much as the SFPD, may focus on this, the law focuses on whether death or great bodily injury occurred, not prosecution. And I can provide the term great bodily injury is defined in California law as a significant or substantial physical injury. That's in Penal Code section 12022.7. Some California cases, if you'd like for me to provide the citation, I can, have determined that great bodily injury can be defined as some physical pain or damage. Lacerations, bruises, or abrasions can constitute great bodily injury. Cuts or burns from being flex tied have counted as bodily injuries, abrasions, lacerations. So I would say that a heart attack resulting from being tied and restrained by the police, especially when you have a medical examiner that has said that that was a contributing factor, I would say that that should qualify as a great bodily injury. Mr. Clement was under the influence, yes, but he went into cardiac arrest at this particular time, shortly after the police restrained him. The cause of death says, as the chair recited already, cardiopulmonary complications of methamphetamine and cannabinoid intoxication with law enforcement restraint. Absent law enforcement restraint at this point, the death may not have happened, is what the medical examiner is saying. Mr. Clement's heart and lungs were not able to function correctly as a result of drug use and law enforcement restraint. The records that I have obtained from the San Francisco DA's office show that the police department tried time and time again to get a percentage or something like that, and that was not something that the medical examiner was able to provide. So law enforcement was a contributing cause of Mr. Clement's death, and it surely contributed to his great bodily injury. So when we asked for these records, the San Francisco Police Department gave various reasons for why they could not release them. We know that they have the records, and we've received the records from the San Francisco medical examiner with no problem. The San Francisco DA's office eventually did release the records to us. And a lot of those records reference San Francisco Police Department records. So I'm not sure why the police department thinks that they have come to a different conclusion than the district attorney's office. But I'd say there are two separate legal requirements that require the release of these records. As this committee may be aware, San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Administrative Code Section 67.24D states that the chief of police is encouraged to cooperate with the public by allowing access to records of investigations, arrests, and other law enforcement activity. Under the Sunshine Ordinance, once the district attorney or a court determines that there will be no prosecution, the records and quote shall be disclosed to the public.
15 seconds.
Thank you. So just in conclusion, I'd like to end by quoting Senate Bill 1421. Concealing crucial public safety measures, such as officers' violations of civilians' rights or inquiries into deadly use of force incidents, undercuts the public's faith in the legitimacy of law enforcement, makes it harder for tens of thousands of hardworking peace officers to do their jobs, and endangers public safety. I'm asking the committee to determine that these records are public and to order the San Francisco Police Department to release them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant?
I have none.
No, this is asking for other than yourself. Okay, hearing none. Now we will hear from the petitioner, San Francisco Police Department. Is there a representative? Calling for a representative from the San Francisco Police Department as a petitioner, as the respondent. Okay, not hearing any. We will move to any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent. Okay, last call for any persons or witnesses. Okay, not hearing any, please note for the record that the respondent did not attend the hearing. Members, we are in discovery. You're free to ask any questions. Member Schmidt. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
Thanks. Two of them. Ms. Price, did you receive any documents recently through your other request to the DA that would give us any more insight on the sort of the relative level of relative level of contribution to the causation of the death here of the officer action?
I'm happy to share the records with the committee if they would like, but I would say that the records show a deliberate omission, or the medical examiner was asked and deliberately did not feel comfortable providing that.
I'm sorry, the medical examiner was asked by you or asked by the police department?
By the police department.
To give some kind of like a percentage of some kind. They actually asked them, and that's, you got that in documentation received from the DA?
Yes.
Okay. So everything that you think you've seen, which came at least from the medical examiner, was the documentation we've already looked at, correct?
What I sent to you wasn't the entire file I received. I pulled the most relevant pages, since it was kind of a bigger file. But I'm happy to share both with you. If you'd like for me to share those, I can.
Well, I don't know if it's necessary for us to make a decision today, but I'm just wondering if there's anything in the DA's file, in their analysis, where they talked about what they thought the contributory causation was on the death from the actions of the officer. Anything that we haven't seen that you can tell us would sort of add to the specifics on relative contribution to the causation?
Yeah, just that the medical examiner said they couldn't assign a percentage regarding what was caused by the restraint versus drug use.
Okay, so the DA didn't have anything to add in terms of their opinion on the relative causation, correct? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had for you in terms of questions right now.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I have a question for you, Ms. Price. The police department on September 23rd, they noted in their response to us that they provided a timely response to you within 10 days following your request, being August 10th, 2021. Did you receive any communication from them?
I did. I received a letter from them. I can pull up I know it's in the packet, but I can try to pull up the date.
Yeah. Oh, here it says they said SPD provided a response to the requester's public records request by email on August 20th.
August 20th.
Does that sound
August
about
20th
right?
was when I received the record. I think there was a delay in their portal, but I submitted the request on August 3rd. They say August 10th is when I submitted it, but it was on August 3rd.
Okay. And they also cited Senate Section 832.7 that created additional exceptions. Can you speak a little to that and why you think that doesn't apply?
Sorry, maybe you can point me to the part where it says 823.7.
So in their response to us, they say on September 30th, 2018, former Governor Brown signed into law Senate Bill 1421, which effective January 1st, 2019, amended Section 832.7 to create additional exceptions to confidentiality for peace officer personnel records, thus making available to the public a broad range of records that previously could not be disclosed. And they're citing that as their defense not to disclose. Do you have anything further you want to elaborate on that?
I'm not sure why they cited that, I guess. I know I could guess that there used to be an exemption for investigatory records, but when Senate Bill 1421 came along, it specifically, there's a line in it that says, notwithstanding any other law, these things should be released.
Okay,
and so I'm not sure quite what they were thinking in that part.
Okay, so here they do explain what it is. It's on page P1326. And they say these new exceptions related to specific incidents or determinations allowing the public release of blah, and then it goes on to four bullet points.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble finding that page.
It's in our packet on P1326 or PDF page 19 out of 32 or 18. It actually starts on page 18. That's okay. It's not terribly pertinent at the moment. I have no other questions. Do you got it?
No.
Okay, that's okay. Members, anything? Okay. Members, anything else for the petitioner? Member Padmanabhan. You're on mute, ma'am.
I'm just reading the bill text for SB 1421. And it says, well, this is couched in such a complicated manner. It says, information obtained from these records are confidential and shall not be disclosed in any criminal or civil proceeding, except by discovery, pursuant to sections 1043 and 1046. And it also says the section shall not apply to investigations or proceedings concerning the conduct of peace officers or custodial officers. And it goes on. So I'm not certain of the interpretation of what the police police department has provided. Could you comment?
If I may, so that part is saying that except as they're talking about in section B, generally the personnel records of police officers would be confidential. And so then section B says, notwithstanding, I know it's horrible, but notwithstanding section A, these are the things that need to be released. So it's kind of, I think Section A is reiterating the default, up until this point, and still the default is that certain records are confidential. The personnel records of police officers remain confidential. But with this law, what's changing is that it kind of Section B1A has an incident involving discharge of a firearm, an incident involving a use of force resulting in death or great bodily injury.
Yes.
And this is Member Stein. I just want to reiterate in the questioning. Oh, am I on? Yeah. In the questioning that we did of the respondent, their position is that they only have to share the documents if the death or the bodily injury is the direct result of the use of force. And what we had here was a coroner's report saying it was a contributory factor, but they don't determine what percentage of a factor it was, as the petitioner has said, and they don't say it's the only factor. But the law doesn't, to me, 1421 doesn't speak to that. It just says if there's a use of force, bodily, force that results in death, then those records revert to being public records.
I'm sorry, was that a question?
No, that was a statement for me,
Okay.
sorry.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't.
Yeah, no, I
holding things up.
Mm-hmm.
Chair Wolf, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Price, just in reference to that, did you not make a distinction with regards to a great bodily injury?
A distinction between if it should be like the sole only factor?
Yeah, and with regards to contributory, because if the medical examiner stated that it was, I believe you had mentioned that despite the medical examiner's report on contributory actions, that I thought you said that is also would be conducive to great bodily injury. Did I hear that incorrectly?
I think in regard to the cause of death, the law enforcement restraint was a factor, and I think it is significant that this man had been intoxicated for quite some time at this point, but the heart attack and death occurred once he was restrained and under the stress from that. And I think there is some question in the medical examiner's report as well as to the amount of drugs in his system, which would be perhaps not as lethal of an amount in someone who is a regular user. So I think that may have contributed to them being unable to attribute a percentage, or that's just not their typical practice. I'm not sure which one it was.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Members, any other discussion? Should we move to rebuttals? Okay, let's move to rebuttals. The way this works is the respondent gets to speak first. Just in case they may have arrived midstream, I'm calling for the presence of any representative from the San Francisco Police Department with regards to this file. That was outside. Okay, hearing none. Ms. Price, you'll have 3 minutes for a rebuttal or closing statement. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Ms. Price, are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
So again, I'd just like to reiterate that Senate Bill 1421 takes some effort to describe, in the case of a sexual assault, it needs to be a sustained finding that a law enforcement, officer committed a sexual assault. So they had plenty of opportunity if they wanted to add something like a contributory cause or percentages or add any of these sorts of factors in civil law, and they did not do that. It was, when the use of force results in death or great bodily injury. And this is an incident where someone passed away in law enforcement custody. And I think that it's really important for the public to be able to have access to these records. The district attorney has already given us these records, I think because it's their assessment that these records fall under Senate Bill 1421. And I think it's particularly important for the police department to provide their records as well. Their records can provide, a way for the public to be able to check and compare and really make sure that the police department provided everything they were supposed to provide to the district attorney's office, and for a way for the public to make sure that everything that the district attorney's office is providing is really the complete file. So I think in just a broader transparency sense, these records are really important for that reason. And, as the police department said, if we waited around for nothing but a prosecution, I think San Francisco is currently facing the first prosecution for a violent in custody situation right now. So I'm not sure how long we'd be waiting if that was the standard as well. But thank you very much for all of your time, and I really, really appreciate it.
Are you done, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, members, the matter is with us now. Okay, I have Member Wong and then Member Schmidt.
So in my opinion, I think there's like pretty clear violation of 6721 for timeliness, because definitely there's, in the documentation here, we can see that the request was submitted August 3rd, the response was sent August 20th. So certainly for timeliness, to me, the medical examiner's report reads pretty clearly. It says the cause of death was determined to be, cardiopulmonary complications of methamphetamine and cannabinoid intoxication with law enforcement restraint. I see that as that's a direct result to cause of death. I don't see how you can interpret that any other way, personally. It is part of the cause of death. And so I would also, move to find that, well, I'm not going to make a motion yet, but if I was to, I would move to also find that the request was also not made or the request was not replied to in a complete manner either, under both the Sunshine Ordinance and also SB 1421.
Member Schmidt and then Member Stein. And then
yes,
Vice Chair.
I completely concur. I will support any strong motion on this. I think this is a textbook case of why we have Senate Bill 1421. The medical examiner's report says there's two different causes that combined. I know that in the law, there's a lot of consternation about contributory causation, different types of causation types of scenarios, but there's no apportionment here in any way. And so there's just such a significant question raised, which is why these records need to be disclosed, as to the facts and the records on these different aspects of causation. Now, the police department letter uses these phrases in two aspects that are disturbing to me, and they just don't add up. One is, let's see, in terms of the records, there's a, okay, they take the DA's language of this isn't it's not a direct result, and therefore they say we don't have to disclose any records because there's no evidence of direct causation. But that's not the question. That's not the question, and that's not the standard. And then in terms of the video records, the DA says it's not a critical incident, and they somehow use the DA's letter that says something about direct result, and they conclude it's not a critical incident. It doesn't make any sense. The police, when they deny the production of these records, they're twisting the language in a way that we can't allow. And so I definitely I think that we've got several violations here.
Okay, Member Stein.
Yeah, something similar. I think that the idea that they're introducing, which is really not in SB 1421, that there needs to be, that the bodily injury or the death needs to be the direct cause of the use of force, unnecessarily narrows SB 1421 and the exemptions that it's meant to provide. And I think it's important in whatever motion we make that we affirm that these records should be public. I think, and they should be public both under 67.24D in our own ordinance, which says that records pertaining to an investigation or other law enforcement activity shall be disclosed once the public district attorney or court determines that there's not going to be a prosecution sought, which is kind of what happens here with the investigation of the incident. And then under 6721E, I think that we should notify the district attorney of failure to comply with this records request within 5 days once we said, once we say that we believe that they should comply. And I do agree that it wasn't provided in a timely or complete manner, but I'm not sure I would do that on the basis of the request being sent on the 3rd and then being responded to on the 20th, because the request was mailed by surface mail, which came up in the questioning in the complaints committee. And so, I mean, normally you would expect surface mail to get there before the 10th, right, if it's mailed on the 3rd. But in reality, we don't have any evidence of how long it took for that surface mail to get there. But I think because these records are properly deemed public and they were not provided, it's still a violation of timeliness.
Sure,
yeah, for the most part, I agree with everyone else. I just wanted to add 2 things that I believe that this request came in when 6721 was suspended. So any motions might want to reference Government Code 6253 in lieu of 6721 in that regard. And then I think we should note in any motion that the police department isn't here. And I think that's, a violation of 6721E. That's all I had.
Anyone else? Thanks for mentioning that, Vice Chair Yankee, because I was going to state in 6721A the admission of providing a 10-day response by the police department was a communication email to Ms. Price, but the ordinance requires the production of records. So it does not say respond in communication, in that way, except further if they deem it to be not a public record, then they have to justify it. And they didn't deem it not to be a public record. And so either way, they would not be, they would not, they would be in, have a violation of 6721. I would have to read through the government code to see if a similar, if a similar action is noted there. On another point, it just in the spirit of regarding the ordinance as we should, kind of in a broad spectrum, the ME determined that the law enforcement contributed to the death. But what I found interesting in the response from the police department is that they tried to use 62 Government Code 6254 in classifying the incident as whether it was a critical incident or not, and then decided that it was not a critical incident. And so I find that to be interesting and convenient to do that in order to not release public records. Anyone else? Is there a motion? Okay, thank you. All right, is there a motion? We heard a couple of suggestions.
There's definitely a movement, if not a motion.
I can attempt to make a motion. I didn't attempt it very well last time, but I can attempt it again.
That's okay. Go for it.
So I would make a motion to find a violation of section 67.21 in the Sunshine Ordinance and section 6253 in the California Public Records Act for failing to respond in a complete and timely manner. I also move that we find the records public, as we are allowed to do in 6721E, and also under 6721E that we find that there was a failure to send an authorized representative to the hearing. And I just want to say under 6721E, I would also say that we agree to notify the district attorney of their failure to comply with this records request once they are ordered within 5 days, that we should just send a note to the district attorney.
Is there a second, or is there some help in or needed adjustment to the motion in order to make that second? I see Member Schmidt's hand.
Member Stein, would that motion include an order that the documents be produced?
Yes, sorry. Under 6721E, that the documents be produced within 5 days, and if not, then we notify the district attorney.
Excellent. Thank you.
I thought 6721E was failure to send a representative.
It's both. It's actually both.
Yeah, in the halfway down the section says, upon determination that the record is public, the task force shall immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply with the person's request. If the custodian refuses to fail to comply with any such order within 5 days, the task force shall notify the DA or the Attorney General, who may or may take whatever measures he or she deems necessary to, it's actually she or he deems necessary to ensure compliance with the provision of this ordinance. And that would be as of the adjournment of this meeting.
Yeah, and then the last sentence in that same section is an authorized representative of the custodian of public records requested shall attend any hearing and explain the basis for its decision to withhold the records requested. So
correct.
Both things, yeah.
This is Member Neighbors. I'd like to second the motion.
So Member Stein, second by Member Neighbors, to find San Francisco Police Department in violation of it would be 6253 for failing to respond to a request in a complete and timely manner, and 6721E for not providing a representative to the hearing, and to order that the public records be produced, and if they are not received within 5 days, then a referral to the DA's office will happen thereafter.
But I also added, I believe these records are also public under the Sunshine Ordinance 67.24D, which says that law enforcement records should be disclosed once the DA decides a prosecution will not be sought, which happened here.
Okay.
62, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. 62 what?
67.24D as in dog.
And that was for failure to what?
That was just stating that these are indeed public records. I just feel it's important to, in this motion, assert that these are public records. Both because they are not, because they are not exempt under SB 1421, but that's not really our purview exactly. But within our purview, because 67.24D says that these kinds of records should also be public.
I think it's good to do that. And I imagine at the complaint committee you had also found the records to be public there.
We believe they were public, and I'm trying to remember how we worded it. We actually wanted it to come before the full task force to affirm that these are public records. Yeah, we did find they were public at the complaint.
Okay. Yeah, it couldn't. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So the motion again is to find in violation of 6753 for failing to respond to complete and timely manner. That's government code 6253. In the Sunshine Ordinance Administrative Code 67.21E for not sending a representative, and that the order that the public records be produced and delivered within 5 days, or a referral to the DA will be made, and 6724D that deems that these are in fact public records. Anything else? Are we good to go? Okay, great. Public comment on the motion. *6 to unmute. Any public comment?
Yes, please. I pressed *6 and got muted. Peter Warfield here. Did you hear me, Peter Warfield?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Lachey?
I'm here. I'm just waiting to see if there are other public commenters.
Oh, okay. Well, let's begin with this one. There's too long of a silence.
All right, Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Thank you for what sounded like a very good analysis and discussion and motion. We're not a party to this and are not familiar with the details, but the presentation was very good, and I did read some of the material. The motion that I think I heard initially was not only 6253, but also 67.21, which is in the third line of your agenda. So it seemed as though that got dropped on one of the iterations, one of the mentions of the motion. So I don't know if you intentionally dropped that. I think Member Stein included that initially, and it is on the agenda. So I think there ought to be clarity as to whether that just got forgotten, because there are quite a number of violations here, which I think are all sound, very, well, let's say sound. So that's number one. And number two, I think it's important for the Sunshine Task Force to attempt to understand what happened and why. And I was a little bit puzzled when I heard a mention that the portal recorded the request for information on August 10th, but it was sent on August 3rd. And I can't imagine that the police department wouldn't have some kind of a timestamp if something was mailed or delivered by hand, and that an email would provide a timestamp, and so on and so forth. So I'm very curious, how is it possible that there is no definite information about when they received it as just a matter of course? It's especially concerning because I don't know exactly what was meant by the portal, but if there's some kind of mechanism or something that is receiving requests, then it's important to know what the mechanisms are, what the automation, if any, is, and so on and so forth. I do think that the law says if it's just a matter of whose word do you take, I heard that there was no documentation provided, so I think that you're obligated to take the testimony of the complainant. So I do think that little bit ought to be cleared up just as part of this hearing. But otherwise, I think, as I said, 67.21.
Thank you.
It needs to know whether you intended
Thank
to
you,
keep it
sir.
out or not.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other speakers? Okay, last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Just want to remind everyone that, as Vice Chair Yankee pointed out, this was during a period of time when 6721 was suspended. So we refer to 6253, the government code, to cover for that.
Yeah, I thought it was not California Public Records Act.
I'm sorry. That is the government code.
All right.
That section of the code is referred to as the California Public Records Act. And then the other two, 6221E applies to what's happening today. So now that 6721 is back in effect, and 6724 was never suspended. So there we have it. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland? Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Neighbors to find a violation of California Public Records Act 6253 for failing to respond in a complete and timely manner, and 6721E for failure to send a representative to the hearing, and order that the police department produce public records within the next 5 days, or a referral to the district attorney office will be instituted on their failure to comply.
Very good. Thank you. Please call next item.
Item number 8, file number 21115, Monica Pierce and the First Amendment Coalition against the Office of the District Attorney for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On October 19, 2021, the Complaint Committee found jurisdiction with the records of public and referred the matter to the task force.
Okay, Complaint Committee Chair Schmidt, how is this different than the one we just heard?
Yes, this is, well, the same records are being sought from the district attorney's office. The district attorney's response was very interestingly a different response, which is it appears they made no objection to producing the records. And the issue here is that it took them a long time to get it going, and it took a long time to get written records, and apparently the video records, they're working on it. So it's a question, I think, here of records are the same, but they're coming very slowly to the complainant. Anything else, Member Stein, from our committee, what we saw?
I think there was also an issue of the response being a form letter that I think was not too specific. We can ask the petitioner about that again. And I think there was also an open question about redactions and whether they were properly justified. And I think the respondent the petitioner at that point was reviewing documents that they received shortly before our hearing. And they had some questions about that, but they hadn't had time to fully review them.
Okay, great. Was there any further recommendations by the committee?
No recommendations.
Okay, great. Same procedure. We'll call for the parties. Ms. Price, are you present?
I'm present.
And is there a representative from the San Francisco Police Department?
District Attorney.
I'm sorry, District Attorney.
Robin Burke is here from the San Francisco District Attorney's Office, and I also have Cecily Brewster, Assistant District Attorney, with me today. Cecily is going to be stepping in and taking on a role in the public records reviews for our office.
Good evening. This is Cecily Brewster.
Very. Ms. Burke and Ms. Brewster attending. We'll start with the petitioner, the complainant. You'll have 5 minutes. Please wait for Mr. Leger to begin your opening statement. Thank you.
Ms. Price, are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So hello again. This is Monica Price with the First Amendment Coalition. We also requested records regarding Mr. Clement's death from the San Francisco District Attorney's Office. We requested these records on August 3rd, 2021, and on August 16th, 2021, we received a response from the SFDA's office declining to provide records due to a backlog. The letter also did not provide a date when the records would become available. And it seems that this is a form letter that goes out with their request. Of particular concern, the letter encourages requesters to waive their rights to audio and video recordings because requests for these public records will increase their backlog. So I filed a complaint with this committee on September 3rd. And on October 15th, 2021, right before my complaint was heard by the task force's complaint committee, the San Francisco District Attorney's Office did release paper records. They later confirmed that that was the complete paper file that they had. And on January 27th, 2022, before it came to this task force, the SFDA's office stated that they recently secured technology to be able to redact video footage. I received this email last week. And then today at 4:14 p.m., the SFDA's office released audio and visual records. So I do not have those yet. These records were requested almost 6 months ago. And it just causes me to wonder what took so long and whether the DA's office is responding adequately to other requests or ignoring requests for audio and video footage. If this was, if this meeting was what prompted them to finally obtain some kind of software. But I am really glad these records were released. I think this does not fix the failure to comply with the law in their original response or the prolonged delay, however. So, the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance, Administrative Code 6721, states that every person having custody should make them available without unreasonable delay during normal business hours, and the custodian has 10 days to comply. So I requested these records, on August 3rd. It took 74 days for a paper file and almost 6 months for audio-visual footage. I suspect it might have taken longer, had it not been for this complaint. So I appreciate the task force being there as a way to push this process along. And as I stated before, the Sunshine Ordinance, Section 6724, requires the records to be disclosed once the district attorney determines that there will be no prosecution. And this occurred on January 21st, 2021. So that was more than a year ago. So it would be my hope that these would be released when a district attorney declines to prosecute. And I also take issue with the SFDA's refusal to commit to a date for the release of the records. Under the Public Records Act, this is a 10-day timeline with a 14-day extension for a determination. That's it, and you need to provide an estimated date when the records will become available. This is how important the law says it is to be able to access public records. So it's not like we'll get to it. It's providing a date because that this is the amount of time it will take. I'm not sure, and perhaps the district attorney's office can comment on whether they've produced a privilege log or any justification for the redactions in what they released today and what they released on October 15th. So if they could please let me know if that's available. Maybe I'm just missing it in the file. But I did write a letter to the district attorney's office on October 22nd asking about the privilege log, and I did not receive a response. So I'm just asking the committee if they can mandate the release of explanations for the redactions, because there are many of them, and just for the exemptions that are being claimed so that I can review them. I'd also like an acknowledgement that these are all the records, and I believe the district attorney's office has acknowledged that this is everything that they have. But if that could include the body camera footage, that would be extremely helpful for me. And I'm not sure how the task force fits into this, but I think the district attorney's letter discouraging people from requesting audiovisual recordings is highly problematic. I mean, people shouldn't have to, turn to the task force. I don't think that the district attorney's office should really be discouraging the public from requesting records. Thank you. So I don't think people should be discouraged from requesting records that they are entitled to, but I leave the task force to, consider remedies within their jurisdiction on that issue. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Okay, hearing none. Hearing none, District Attorney's Office, you have 5 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger. Thank you.
Can I just ask who from the DA's office is going to speak?
Robin Burke.
Okay. Are you ready to begin?
I am, and I apologize. My almost 2-year-old is sitting at the table with me, so if you hear shrieking, I'll try to quiet her down. But it is life with kids.
All right, go ahead.
I first want to thank the Sunshine Task Force and Ms. Price for bringing this and allowing us to respond. Ms. Price is correct that we have provided the totality of our paper records, and today we were finally able to provide the redacted body-worn camera footage through the Next Request portal. We have just recently begun using that portal, and we're able to upload the footage there. They're quite large files, and it took a good amount of time to go through and redact them. We recently acquired the ability to redact video footage, and therefore have changed our letters that Ms. Price has referred to include that we will be releasing video footage when appropriate. And we are, hopeful that we'll be able to get this stuff out, all of the records out faster than we were in this instance. Given the state of emergency and the state of our world, things just took a lot longer than we would have liked. And we acknowledge that the amount of time for Ms. Price to receive these records was too long, and we hope to be better in the future.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons who witness? I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent, the DA's office? And I would just, open it up for Ms. Brewster if this would be the time for you.
Good evening. This is Cecily Brewster, and I've quite literally just stepped into this role. I can tell you that our office is working diligently to put in place systems, but we are hampered both by old technology as well as by COVID and pandemic-related staff shortages. And so just being in the process of taking over for Ms. Burke, who has done a diligent job, I can say we're going to do better. This is a process, as you can imagine, both with the work of prosecuting crime in San Francisco and managing records requests, which, of course, are certainly appropriate, but come in at a quite voluminous nature. We are doing our best with the resources that we have to respond as completely and quickly as we are able. And beyond that, I don't have specific information about Mr. Clement's case in this particular Public Records Act request, except to tell you what I've experienced in the last 5 or so days since I've been in this position. So hopefully I won't have to see you in the future, but I do look forward to working with you, and I very much appreciate your efforts in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, discovery, questions, clarifications, the parties. Member Stein.
Yeah, I just had a question for the respondent. Are you still using a form letter to respond to people's records requests?
I can respond to that. This is Cecily Brewster, and no, we are not using a form letter.
And do you tell people? Oh, go ahead.
No, so sorry. Go ahead.
So, are you including in your responses now, letting people know when they might expect to be able to access the records?
So going forward, it's our intent to comply with the TRA and the Sunshine Ordinance in every respect. So to the extent that we are unable to respond within the 10 days, or if we request an extension, we are most certainly responding with the records as quickly as we are able. And if there are delays, we are doing our best to keep folks informed.
Okay, and do you have a redaction key that you publish online or on some kind of portal?
This is Robin. Yeah, we do have a redaction key. It should be published on our next request. If it's not there, then it's on, we're in the process of moving all of our 1421 disclosures over from one portal to next request. And so I need to check in with our IT team to figure out exactly how far along that is. But yes, we do have a redaction on that is published with each case.
But you don't include that redaction key in responses where you've redacted documents in a keyed way. You don't include a copy of that redaction key?
No, we do. We do. I think in this case, the key was not originally included. And I'm not sure what happened there, but in our responses, we normally include the key. We understand that it's important to understand what we've taken out and why.
Okay, those were all my questions.
Member Schmidt?
To Ms. Price, about the key documents that you got in terms of the written documents. I know you haven't seen the videos yet. In what you have received, it sounds like you saw written documents after a couple months and there were redactions. What did that look like? Did the redactions have individual keys or notes that told you what the specific exemption was for each of those? What did that look like?
There was not a redaction key included, and it wasn't labeled within the document. I've seen some people do it that way. But I know that Robin indicated that their usual practice is to provide a redaction log, and that she would provide it after our meeting with the complaint committee. But I'm not sure if that was uploaded or maybe if it will be included once they migrate.
Okay.
But I have not seen one yet, but I can't confirm whether or not it exists somewhere online.
Okay, and as part of your complaint to our committee, or our task force, do you believe that there are substantial redactions that you feel still need to be addressed because you believe that the DA has overly redacted documents?
I think for some redactions I can guess, but the CPRA does require, an explanation for redactions. So I just like, a quick explanation of why various redactions happen, because some of the records I can see from today are heavily redacted, social media posts and that sort of thing. So I would like to know the reasons, because it's hard for me to challenge or, ask about any of the redactions if I don't know the reason why they were redacted.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Anyone else? Questions? Clarifications? Are we ready for rebuttals? Okay. District Attorney, you will have 3 minutes for a rebuttal, and then the petitioner will have the final say. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Ms. Burke, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
I just want to again express my gratitude for the task force and Ms. Price, and hope that we have satisfied her with the records that we have provided. And I invite her to, let us know if there's anything else that she would need in this case.
Are you finished, ma'am?
I am, yes, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Price, are you ready to begin?
Oh, yes, and I'll keep it short. I would just like for the task force to consider the timeliness of these record productions, and if they could, mandate the release of a privilege log or something of that nature, I would love to see one. Thank you.
I'll assume that ends Ms. Price's rebuttal. As stated, members, the matter is with us now for deliberation and action. Just want to remind folks that this request was made during the time that 6721 was suspended. So please refer to the Government Code, California Public Records Act, starting with 6250. Is there a motion?
Member Yankee has his hand up, Chair.
Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry. I scrolled down the list there. Go ahead, Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think it was brought up by the complainant in her initial discussion, and I don't think we spent a lot of time on it. I think it is important because it's something I really haven't seen before, and that's what I would consider rather discouraging statement in the form letter against people making Public Records Act requests or requesting information. And so as we kind of formulate a motion or whatever, I just to read it in the record, you kind of referring to the final paragraph of the response from the DA's office that says any such request from you or other interested parties will delay our ability to release responsive records related to our other OIS investigations. And I think Member Steiner brought up 6724 in a D in the prior case, and that one does say the district attorney, chief of police, and sheriff are encouraged to cooperate with the press and other members of the public in allowing access to local records pertaining to investigations, arrests, and other law enforcement activity. So I do kind of find that discouraging language, I think, is pretty strong to kind of run counter to the sentiment that's expressed in that section of the ordinance.
You want to get a motion rolling here?
I can try a motion here if anyone else wants to give it a go.
Just get it on the floor and then we can deliberate it out.
Okay. I would move to find the district attorney's office is in violation of Government Code 6253 B and C for not producing the requested records in a timely manner. 60 Sunshine Ordinance 6724 D for not cooperating with the press and other members of the public in allowing access to local records pertaining to investigations, arrests, and other law enforcement activity. I don't know if someone wants to. I know there's some things about the redaction log.
67.26.
Yeah.
Which requires provision of a redaction key. I believe, are keyed redactions, and here we don't have the key, so. 67.26.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. 60. And yeah, thank you, Member Stein. And a violation of 67.26 for not providing
Redaction key.
a redaction key or footnote or other clear reference to the appropriate justification for withholding. And that would be my motion.
And what about the admonishment?
I kind of
started
left that into the violation of 60s. That's why I mentioned 6724D.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second.
Okay, so moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Neighbors to find the DA's office or the DA in violation of 6253B and C for timeliness, 67.24D of the San Francisco Administrative Code for not cooperating with the press and public on police activity, and San Francisco Administrative Code 67.26 for not providing redaction key or footnote for the redactions. Anything else? I think it's worth mentioning that to order the DA's office to cease and desist with that statement, trying to discourage. I think it's worth mentioning directly. It's the first time I've ever heard of such activity.
Sure.
I think it's worth mentioning.
Yeah, and then we can include it or order the district attorney's office to cease using discouraging language in their Public Record Act responses.
He's using what language?
Discouraging language.
Does a second agree? Okay, I acknowledge affirmative on that. Okay, members, anything else? Comment? Motion. Please wait for Ms. Lachey. And press *6 to unmute yourself.
Do we have public commenters?
This is Patrick. I'd like to comment, please.
Do we have other public commenters? Okay, Mr. Manette Shaw.
Yes.
Ready to begin?
Sure.
Go ahead.
So I'm speaking off the tip of my tongue or the top of my head, whichever metaphor fits. But I thought there was a specific prohibition in the ordinance to address the issue of discouraging public commenters. To discourage public records requesters from using whatever the term it is that the DA's office had used. I thought that, or I have a memory that there's a specific citation in the ordinance that says records requesters do not have to tell the respondent department why they are asking for records. So I'm just tossing out whether you can consider amending the motion on the floor to include that additional citation that departments are barred from asking records requesters why they are placing the records. I don't know if that would cover the issue about discouraging records requesters from submitting their requests. Thank you.
Public comment, please. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, just let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. Also, P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Thank you for doing what sounds like a very good job. Again, we're not directly involved in this and not familiar with details, but we have looked at some of the material and appreciate actually the explanation about why 67.21, which is in this item as well, appreciate the explanation from last time as to why, and this time, as to why the particular section is not being cited. I think it's very important to stick with, at a minimum, what's on the agenda and what a complainant may have brought up and not just drop without any reason or explanation. I was very interested and very glad to hear Member Yankee, Vice President Yankee's additional suggestion with respect to telling the agency not to continue with discouraging language in their responses to records requests. But I would think if you have any specific citation, if you can cite chapter and verse on which you base that, then I think that would be something to strengthen it. I can certainly tell you that there is unfortunately all kinds of discouragement that agencies are able to put out to records requesters. But some things are more egregious than others. But I do think that that's a very good thing to put in when it should come up. But again, I think it would strengthen this if you were to cite chapter and verse from which this is taken or on which this is or could be based. Thanks very much.
Do we have other public commenters?
Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing no further public comment, are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Member Neighbors, to find a violation of the DA's office for California Public Records Act 6253B for not producing records in a timely manner, 6724D for not cooperating with the press and other members of the public on police activity, 6726 for not providing a redaction key or other clear reference to the appropriate justification, and order that the district attorney's office cease using discouraging language in their communications.
Cheryl, that was 6253 B and C.
B and C. Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, let's call the next item.
Item number 9, Chair's Report. Item A, Board of Supervisors budget ask for additional staffing, outreach plan for the task force, and general public to support to achieve success. And item B, Annual Report, collect items to include.
Okay, so I put this on. I had a recent conversation with Board of Supervisors clerk Angela Calvillo, who's also a ex officio on this body, that she has contacted all the members of the budget committee that will be meeting this month, starting this month sometime, about our budget ask. And she fully understands the need for it now after some additional conversation about it. And so I have been asked by members of the public on a consistent basis what they can do to help make sure that this happens. Generally, the task force generally through the one of our committees, generally EOT, would help drive this. I've discussed the matter with Chair Hyland. He suggests that the task force take full responsibility for it. So we need to develop maybe some language that could help the public formulate their own message. And we need to make sure this gets out, this help and need, in all ways. We have members of the media that are represented here. We have members of, large organizations like the League of Women Voters that have outreach. The Society of Professional Journalists also have good outreach. And any of us, we should also incorporate social media and the general media, local media to help too. So I wanted to just bring that forward and open it up for any discussion and try to develop a plan here. I see Member Wong and then Member Stein.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in to let, I guess, the task force and the public know that Member Neighbors and I have been working on the boilerplate language for the letter that hasn't been completed yet. Was hoping to get it before this meeting, but I think maybe it would need to be released either at the committee levels or the next task force meeting. But in addition to the boilerplate for letters, Member Neighbors had added some talking points for making verbal or call-in public comment as well. So we'll try to get that out as soon as possible.
All right, we really can't wait till the March meeting. This has got to start pretty immediately, and so that there's some activity before the hearings begin, because it was one of the reasons why we didn't get funded the first round in June. So I would say whatever you're working on, we can work on it together and just make sure that it speaks to our mission, and just make sure it covers all the bases. I take it from there. Member Stein?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I actually kind of jumped the gun a little bit and used the information that you had put out last time to write my own letter to my own supervisor. But I also found that when I went to her website, I was able to make a 10-minute appointment with her staff, so I could also explain the issues to her staff, and they were incredibly helpful in telling me, where she might stand on it, what kind of, what questions they had, and so on. And I'm happy to share my letter with member Neighbors and member Wong if they want to take any language from it. So just wanted to give you that update.
That's great. Member Highland?
Yes, I just wanted to kind of get clarification for the rest of the task force. What's the timetable we're looking at, Bruce? What's the dates that we got to get something in? That's the first question. And second, what kind of format, based on your conversation with Angela Cavillo, are you looking for? Is like a one-page sort of budget pro forma? Is it text? Is it you and Matt going to present at the Board of Supervisors meeting? What shape and size and form and date is all this going to happen in your eyes?
Right. So the as far as the presentation of it, we don't need to do. The only thing we need to really do is get up there and say, please support our budget ask. The explanation as to why we need it was in our original submission, which they all have now, and now probably three times, maybe 4 times. So it's just more about reiterating that. But this is really more about outreach to the general public. The timeline is, I think the first meetings will begin the 3rd week of February of this month. It doesn't mean that we'll be scheduled at that first meeting, but they start beginning the hearings on it at that time for the Board of Supervisors, and we are contained within that budget. So that's kind of the timeline. So and also, based upon the next item, I would probably fold the kind of to reiterate our ask to bolster it, including with the annual report, as kind of bolstering the work that we do, and how and why this is the addition of this additional staffer is so important.
Member Highland here again. So I don't know if this would help or not, but we actually have an ad hoc budget committee that's already on the books. We could activate that. We could assign certain people to it. Maybe the members are already writing letters. If that will help us get them together so they can flesh out what they're doing, because we have to do this in the public eye. Maybe they can do it before the next subcommittee meeting for an hour or something, just to finalize, and that way it's packaged and ready to come back, I guess, before us, if we need to take a vote on it, or maybe we don't, given the time constrictions. But I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, Clerk Calvillo has expressed to me not to create any new meetings or committees because of how much workload we're already currently dealing with. So I think for this particular activity, I think it's something that Vice Chair Yankee and I can take the lead on with work with any of the members that are already working on this and just move it forward, getting the action plan for outreach rolling in some way, shape, or form. Vice Chair Yankee?
Yeah, thank you. I think part of it is that we don't necessarily even have to have an initial, a formal letter up. I mean, that'd be great if we had that, but I'm not even sure that's totally necessary. I think the big takeaway is it's coming up really, really quickly, and the Clerk Calvillo's already, done a lot of, initial outreach to the board members. And what I think the benefit, that we could bring is use our, formal and informal contacts to encourage members of the public to somehow express their support. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they need to send a SOTF approved form letter. I think anything that you and people could work on together, if you have a neighbor or colleagues or what have you, and encourage them just to express support for this concept in general, I think would go a long way.
Anybody else? I think, and it's really just a matter of, bringing out some, just bullet points about why this is important for us, and why we need it now, or should have had it a long time ago, or what have you. Just, to give the general public some ideas so they can put their comments in their own language, in their own writing, in their own way. So I don't know if there's you feel a need for there to be a motion on this. If somebody does, I think we've already approved to have this budget ask back almost 10 months ago, and we're just kind of continuing on, but there's a need to reaffirm it. Happy to receive a motion. If not, let's just open it up for public comment. Maybe we'll get some more ideas.
I'd like to comment on this portion of the chair's report, not so much on your annual report. It's Patrick.
Yeah, okay. When I call for public comment, I will do that. I'm just trying to address whether we're ready for that. And I'm not getting any hands up. So yes, let's do that. Mr. Leger, let's go for public comment on item 9A.
We have other public commenters? Okay, Patrick, are you ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay, so as always, I'm not trying to beat up on the task force or any of the task force administrators here, but I do want to express my disappointment that I think within the last month and a half, 2 months, I have asked for bullet point ideas on how to testify in support of this budget ask. I could have sworn it was Member Stein and or another member, perhaps I have the names wrong, who volunteered to get the ball rolling on this. Given the now very short deadline before it appears on a budget subcommittee agenda item, I'm respectfully requesting, I want to stress respectfully, that the bullet points to be developed really, really quickly, and then do outreach via email on any kind of existing interested person's email mailing list to send us that those bullet point background points to raise as quickly as you guys can send out an email. You obviously cannot wait until the March full task force meeting, or, in my opinion, any other task force subcommittee meeting to push out via an agenda item talking points. So I'm pretty much begging you folks to take your list of regular public commenters who call in to your meetings and make sure that you send us some good talking points just as quickly as humanly possible. Thanks, folks.
Any other public comment on item 9A regarding the budget ask? Last call. Okay, public comment is closed. Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you. I would just refer anyone who's looking for maybe a starting place or some basic concepts to look for. I don't believe it was attached to this agenda, but our agenda in our January 5th meeting, item number 10, the chair's report there had the attached letter that we wrote, and there's quite a bit of information in there that I think could be helpful for those who want to help make a compelling case for why this is an important item to fund.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. The next item is the annual report. We usually provide an annual report when we have something really to report. The ordinance generally suggests that if there are changes or adjustments to the or amendments to the ordinance, or problems with implementation of the ordinance, that we report that to the Board of Supervisors. Timeliness for the last item. I have previously sent out a call for items to include. I urge you to, if you have, to get them to me as soon as possible, because I usually work with the administrator, as there's a lot of other information that comes through the office that needs to be included in this annual report. If there's anything you want to discuss now with regards to certain specific items you want to highlight, we can absolutely do that. Yeah, Member Highland.
Member Highland here. Chair Wolf, where did you get the directive that annual report is not always necessary? That's the first I've heard of that.
The annual report is,
because I'm just looking at our website, and the last annual
it says that in 6730C, the task force shall report to the Board of Supervisors at least once annually on any practical or policy problems encountered in the administration of this chapter.
Okay.
It's not a general. It's not general report.
Yeah, but if you look at our documents, we have annual reports pretty much every year, going back to 2002, I believe. And in those reports, and I wrote the last report that's on there, 2016, as acting chair, we put before, it's a great opportunity to put before the Board of Supervisors our budget asks, other asks, memos from DCAs, all that stuff. And I hate to say it, but if reports just stop, a member of the public might look at that and say, oh, well, this task force is no longer really doing anything, or it's defunct, or I think that's the opportunity where we have a chance to present something to them every year. I'm surprised that we haven't done any since 2016. I was hoping maybe we have, but it's not yet on the site. But if we haven't, I think we really need to get something up there.
No, we haven't, to be honest with you.
All right. I am surprised at that. I didn't realize that it slipped by, but I think probably for like 2010 through 16, it was done every 2 years. And if you go back and read them, they say the same things. We need this, we need that, we need, television coverage of our meetings. We're working on process changes, etc. I think it's an important message both to the Board of Supervisors and to the members of the public how this body is evolving and how the Sunshine Ordinance itself is being used and changing over the last 20 years, and it'll help pave the way for, changes and funding and whatnot. I think it's a very important forum for us. I think we should reconsider our position on that. Thank you.
At least once a year, I do ask for items, and if I don't get any, then the only thing really to report is what comes through our administrator's office, which is just a list of how many complaints we received every year and what have you.
Right. That's part of it. That's just showing the work that we do and we've done. But with that, we can talk. When I wrote the last report, I highlighted particular items that, San Jose Smith, particular things that were important in that term that keeps us at the forefront of Sunshine. And at the very end, that last paragraph is the ask. I mean, it's in all the reports if you look. So I think we should get something out there sooner rather than later. Thank you.
That's why it's on today's agenda. Member Stein.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything Member Highland said. I don't feel like, however, that I'm in a great position to, at this point, start thinking about what needs to be in that report, or that sort of coming to it at the end of a year or whenever we come to it and just asking for items is necessarily the best way to write it. And I know that, around the world, it's often the case that cities and governments or nations are doing reports on their freedom of information and public records and public meetings laws, but it's very data driven, and I feel like we have space, or we should think about doing something like that with this board as well, because even just saying the number of appeals that come to us, that's a very incomplete picture about what's going on with the Sunshine Ordinance in the city. We don't even have any sense of, how many requests are being made in relation to how many have to be appealed. And we don't have a way to go back and, I think we should do something like this, is go back and look at who are the departments or agencies that most often are not complying or are coming before us on appeal. And who is ultimately not complying. And I feel like we need to be, or it would be helpful to be data driven if we're going to report on trends. Obviously there are things that we see and developments that we see that could be important, but I would love to see us work towards developing a report that actually is very data driven and that's not just what comes right in front of us. But I think to do something like that, we'd need somebody, or maybe even a few people, who are sort of appointed to be thinking about this throughout the year and compiling it throughout the year and going out and collecting some of this data if possible. And I know it's not a complete picture, but now that we are using Next Request, some of this information is out there in a way that we could get. It's not necessarily all of it, but I feel like there is data out there that we could get that would help give a fuller picture of what's happening with the Sunshine Ordinance, and then, in relation to what we see personally with all of these appeals.
I'll just note, our administrator's report, while it provides a lot of information that's compiled from a larger data set, and we can get a lot of, and we do include that, and it usually comes from them when we put together an annual report with regards to, the highest number of respondents that are violating or non-complying, and how many appeals there are. I hear what you're saying as far as the larger picture is compare how many violations are there compared to how many requests are made, annually.
How many requests different agencies are responding to? Yeah.
Yeah, because we have been accused of costing the city a lot of money, and our previous response to that was the number of requests that are made on a yearly, monthly, daily basis. Compared to the number of complaints that we get is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. It's very small, and so
yeah.
I'm just saying that's an argument that comes up from city staff and elected officials that don't like the work that we're doing.
Sure. I was going to say that, it's not just who's being, how many requests are being fulfilled, but even being able to look at what kinds of requests are being made and what requests are being made most often, what kind of information is desired. And this could also help the city think about maybe certain stuff should just be automatically published so that we don't have to respond to 1 million requests, because we know that people want this information. So it just seems like, I would love to be part of some kind of team that started looking at, what data can we get and how holistic of a picture can we provide of what we're doing, as well as the trends that we're seeing.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it's great. We don't have to have it a kitchen sink annual report. It could be multiple reports throughout a year. So if it's not at this particular one, we can do it sometime later.
Yeah,
that's not a problem.
I do think it's powerful, though, as an annual report because it kind of sums up what happened in that year. And I think it's also something that we could build press releases around to kind of publicize what we've done and, how the Sunshine Ordinance has been, implemented in San Francisco. I just feel like there's a lot of opportunity there that's being missed if these reports aren't coming out.
I don't want to pretend to guess what you're thinking. Are you suggesting that we not do an annual report this month?
No, not at all. I'm just using this moment to say like what my vision of the annual report maybe in the future could be.
Okay, great. Member LaHood?
I like some of the things that I think Member Stein is suggesting, and I know for a long time, and one of the things that we keep asking funding for is like a database and to be able to track these things. But maybe, I think we should keep asking for that, but maybe in the short term we could do something like, and this would require, because we don't have that, some manual data entry, but maybe we figure out, maybe we put in all of the orders of determination and then we create some sort of basic database where it's like these were the parts of the ordinance that were violated, parts of the Public Records Act that were violated, and sort of see. At minimum, we could see some trends there. Better yet would be if we could do some more sophisticated tagging, but I don't know. That might get too elaborate. Or maybe once we start digging into it, there would be some, I don't know, types of information that we could sort easily. And I don't know. I would also be interested in being involved in something like that.
Okay, I have member Neighbors and then back to member Highland.
I agree that data-driven is very important, and I'm a professional evaluator, so I wouldn't say anything different than that. But also, one of the things that I've learned in my work is that you could quickly make the mistake of putting so much energy into gathering data that you forget to tell the most compelling stories to your decision makers. And that doesn't require a bunch of Excel sheets, or it doesn't require a bunch of data gathering. You can still do all that, but you can also do case studies of some of the most compelling cases that we've heard over the years that we think have the biggest ramifications for ultimate beneficiaries of our work, and that's the public. And they could be cases that we've been hearing around policing or other issues. And those stories, I know that when I talk to my supervisor, all he thinks we do is sit here and talk about Prop G calendars that make his aide have a lot of work, right? When I talk to him about the other work that we're doing that is so important, the real work it's all important, it's all real, but the work that really has those farther-reaching consequences, that's more compelling to him. So I think that longer range plan that Member Stein is hatching is great. But I would argue that we could, for this annual report, I don't think we should skip it. I'm with Member Highland. We have an opportunity. The window is open a little bit. It wouldn't be that difficult. A lot of us are professional writers and storytellers and, have those talents to think of a couple of cases that we really want to unpack in that report to show the kind of work that we're doing to really showcase it.
Great point.
I will, just before I call on Member Highland, I would just encourage you that a member of the public, Anonymous, who we were working on those Prop G calendars, has also provided us access to a document cloud, kind of a crude database, but it allows you to do, fairly decent searches if you're looking for specific language, and it will search within the PDFs, which is what we actually really need. So that if that's helpful at all. In my conversations with Clerk Calvillo, she asked one similar question I think that Member Stein brought up was, who's the most egregious respondent, kind of thing. I had to kind of, make a little defense on that, because sometimes there's an all-out focus on a particular commission, it exemplifies what's going on, or respondent exemplifies what's going on with that respondent, but there could be absolutely another department or commission that nobody pays attention to that has even more or worse non-compliance issues. So it's kind of relative and subject in that way. Go ahead, Member Highland.
Thank you. I was just going to say, Bruce, is there a timestamp on this annual report? I'm sensing there is.
Yeah, the only thing I would like to do is present at least something, at least what's coming through our office as far as what we regularly report, and then anything that is just really needs to be kind of exemplified. I mean, one of the areas I think this year we need to talk about is how the Sunshine Ordinance got inhibited because of the pandemic and the executive orders. And with the varying different platforms, being a disability advocate inhibited a level of access for people with disabilities or not technically savvy, or didn't have computers that could actually run 4 different platform software, or that kind of thing. Just became highly complex. Some things like that. Kind of.
No, I just
high altitude.
Yeah, and maybe this is more for the future, but in an ideal world, it'd be nice to have our annual report maybe at the end of a calendar year, right before our budget ask. That would be a nice 1-2 kind of punch. Future years. But I would encourage those that are interested in the annual reports to look at the 2006-2007 annual report by Doug Comstock. And also I like the one that Hope Johnson wrote in 2010, much shorter to the point. And yes, they do draw upon administrators' stats, and they actually list cases, and it was far less than what we deal with today. So for us, it's more, how many cases we push through. But I like the idea of saying, we did seminal work in this area, and this area. I also like the fact that, and we should include that we're approached by other Sunshine bodies across different cities in the country for advice and direction on stuff. I know that maybe hasn't happened too much recently, but that should be included to let them know that people look at this body for direction, not just in the city but across the nation. That's important, and that's all about selling our brand and keeping us in the Board of Supervisors' eyes. So, and just lastly, I'm gonna say that I really think this does fall to the chair and possibly the vice chair to present this. That's always been the way in practice in my 10 years on the board. I love that we have writers that are here and willing to dive in. But ultimately, Bruce, it's you that signs this and sends it up the chain. Anyhow, that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I don't mind doing that, but collaboration among all of you is extremely important. We're all doing this together, and everybody's here representing a different with a different lens. So it really helps paint a nice landscape of what's going on from different perspectives. Also, just want you to know that the fiscal year for the city ends June 30th. So generally budget time is during that time. This is just a mid-year budget adjustment. And the only reason why we're doing this now is because we got overlooked from the beginning of the 2-year budget. And if they had any money to be able to pay for this, if they didn't, then it would be moot. But I think they're, usually they end up finding some money, and we're really not asking for a whole lot. So if that helps, with timing, or presenting in that fashion, that's why I mentioned it. Okay, Vice Chair Yankee and then Member Stein.
Yeah, I was just going to say I really like the idea that member neighbors brought up about maybe picking a few select cases as I know for me, looking back over the last couple of years, I think one of them that stood out a lot was the issues we dealt with the zoo. Right, this is one where we had to come back and forth, and that's one I think that the board, for instance, would be very interested in, because there's a lot of funding that's going out from the board to these, external entities that have agreed to, abide by, sunshine, and then don't. But yet we keep sending the money, right? So I think, trying to pick some of the most egregious cases where, we get responses back to basically saying, yeah, we're not going to be cooperative with this, and we can express to the board how our hands are tied at that stage, and maybe that's where they could do something, or other city agencies, be it ethics or DA or whatever, and kind of highlight those high level ones. I think are probably the most important thing. I think more important than probably 27 cases violations.
We have some background talk, and people please mute their phones by pressing *6. Not interrupt the discussion. Thank you. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Highland.
Oh, that's okay. I think statistics are a great thing as well.
Yeah.
But and I think that might take a little more time as a longer term project. But I think this is a great opportunity to at least focus, like member neighbor said, on a few select cases that really, if you read just maybe a couple paragraphs on it, you can kind of get the gist of what we do and our biggest challenges.
And Member Stein.
Yeah, I'll just say one of the things I noticed that came up a lot over the year was a lot of complaints from people about next request, whether it was about not being able to access the requests that you had submitted, or not being able to look at materials that had been made public through next request, or search requests very easily. To departments requiring people to use it when it's not required, by the Sunshine Ordinance. So that might be something else to address in the annual report.
The other issue with next request, in addition to what Laura was saying, is that oftentimes I've heard petitioners say, they closed my request before I got all my records. They closed it too soon, and they closed it without my having received anything. I've heard that as well.
Mm-hmm. And apparently there are various ways that you can configure next request, but I feel like as a Sunshine Ordinance task force, we should sort of know what those ways are and be able to suggest what we think should be happening there.
We have had presentations by the folks that were managing or introduced Next Request a few years ago. If you'd like an update, we can certainly invite them back.
That might be a good idea.
Okay. Anything else on this? Otherwise, I would urge you, I would say over the next couple of weeks or so, if there anything that is high level that you really think needs to be highlighted, that the supervisors should really know about, they are kind of on alert now. I mean, there's a lot of good government ordinances being created just over the past week or so that have gotten a lot of, that have been very controversial. There's this back and forth about power grabs and things like that. And you could, if you really read through between the lines, you really see can see what's going on. But it's a lot of it really has to do with transparency and fairness and balance. So if there's anything that might, exemplify or where Sunshine fits in with something like that, I'm not saying take a position in support or against, but just information at that point would be helpful. Okay, we've had considerable discussion on this. I appreciate that. And let's open up for public comment. Maybe we'll hear some more ideas.
This is Patrick. I lied. I decided to speak on this item. Sorry.
Do we have other public commenters?
David Pilpel, I just called back in. What item are you on?
We are on item 9, the chair's report.
Thanks. Okay, I'll hold comments for the moment. Thanks.
9B. 9B only.
Oh. Well, then I will chime in. Thanks.
Patrick, are you ready to begin?
Oh, I suppose.
Go ahead.
So I lied. I wasn't intending to comment. Let me say this. Before I retired, I worked for 5 years at the Department of Emergency Management. One of the first projects I was given was to help Executive Director Ann Cronenberg to issue an annual report that had not been issued for several years. She wanted that fixed. I relied on my training at Deloitte & Touche in the management consulting division, where they were going after $50 million contracts with firms like Bell South and AT&T. And I picked up, quote unquote, desktop publishing skills. So I, for the next 3 years, used my graphic design and skills in proofreading and editing to create the first 3 annual reports under Ann. Let me remind you, they are annual reports. I was shocked to hear you may not have issued an annual report since 2016. This is not rocket science. You do not need to complete it in the next 3 weeks, despite the budget ask. You have until the June 30th, 2022, to crank out an annual report for fiscal year 21-22, and it should be as robust as humanly possible. And provided I don't drop dead because of my age and my declining health situation, I would be more than glad to volunteer my time to help you guys craft bang up annual report. You need to report statistics. You need to report the most egregious respondents. There's a whole shitload of stuff. You guys need to be educating the public and the Board of Supervisors on about what you have learned during your service on the task force. Sorry for my slipping into the vernacular, but let me know if there's anything I can do to help you guys write and edit and stick to a table of contents for this report. Thank you.
David, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
David Pilpel. So I probably won't be quite as colorful as Mr. Monette Shaw, but in the main, I agree with him, actually. This task force has issued annual reports in the past and should continue to do so. In general, it was the practice until recently to try to submit that prior to April 27th when the terms end, so that when the board considers reappointments, it can also consider the annual report of the task force, and that the task force's year sort of runs April 27th to April 27th. But I don't know if you already discussed that. I am of the view that the report should have statistics about cases that you handled, but should also have a more significant narrative piece about issues that were addressed, whether in the context of cases or through your powers under 67.30, remind me, C or E, I forget now, to advise departments on practical issues, and what, more importantly, what the task force is currently grappling with, whether it is caseload or other matters, including staffing and whatnot. So just having something that's relatively short, informative, readable, I think is useful. And if Mr. Monette Shaw or others are offering to help, you may want to take him or others up on that offer. I think that would be incredibly useful. And those are my thoughts on the annual report. Thanks for listening.
Any other public comment? Last call. Okay, public comment is closed. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's call the next item.
Item number 10, Administrator's Report, Complaints, and Communications. And if you will hang on a second, I will go into it on my computer and we can talk about it. Okay, it was drafted on January 25th. Item number 1, tentative hearings scheduled for 2022. I have gone from February 2nd through April 26th. With regards to cases that opened, we opened one. At this point, we had opened 6 cases in 2022, and we have not had any since the 25th. Pending complaints, we actually came down quite a bit. Last month's total complaints was 187, and this month's total complaints active is 176. So we were able to knock off 11 cases. I have provided the EOT committee minutes and the complaint committee minutes, asking you guys to realize these are drafts. They are published. If you have any questions or comments about the minutes, I'm happy to take those. We had communications from Mark Sullivan and Anonymous. And item number 6, request from community persons. I had 285 emails that were related to Sunshine, not related to any administrative tasks that I have to take care of. Any questions? Anybody have any questions? Dean, I can't hear you. You're muted.
No questions, but thank you for that report, Cheryl.
Okay.
Agreed. Thank you. It is helpful to see the trends in the numbers.
Okay. If there's no more comments from task force members, let's move to public comment. Any public comment on the administrator's report? Last call. Okay. Public comment is closed. Let's call next item.
Item number 11, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Members? Member LaHood?
I feel like this came up in one of our conversations about it, but I can't remember exactly what we decided or if we could start a conversation on this. With the new rule on behested payments, can we as an entity track who would be on our list? And part of the reason I ask for this is, like, I know if I'm in a meeting and someone has come up, but I believe the rule applies to anyone who comes before any committee of the task force. So if somebody goes to complaint committee and I'm not in there, depending on what happens with their case, I might not know if they would be on our list.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. And you don't know who you may be talking with at the cafe, that where you tell them about you're serving on the Sunshine Task Force, and then all of a sudden they come before you, and they work for some major nonprofit of some sort that's contracted with the city.
Right.
It gets to be a little complex, and the question then becomes how limiting is this for you as an individual based upon your current work or your job or what have you. So I believe everybody saw the communication from the city attorney's office with regards to the final and from the ethics commission. And I did ask the ethics commission for a revised opinion, which they provided to former task force member David Moss. He basically asked on behalf of the task force because to use him as an example. And so that's where the original finding was that we were basically following at the time. This now changes because it's a very strong new ordinance. And but we can have, like if you want in March, I can ask DCA Castillo to, have a conversation about it. If you think it's going to be, personal and you don't want, if you think that it might affect you personally in that way and you wish it to be between you and the DCA, you can ask for direct advice under attorney-client privilege and do it that way too.
Well, I mean, there are two different things. I am seeking advice, but is somebody else talking? No. But there's also the issue of the list. And I guess I'm asking, do I need to keep a list for myself, or wouldn't it benefit all of us to have a general list since the same list would apply to everyone?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question.
So in other words, you don't think it should be handled at the task force level?
I think it's more about the individual because it affects the individual, not necessarily the body.
But the problem is because we don't, well, I don't know, maybe I'm talking myself out of this situation. Because, there are names that appear on agendas, but then there are different people who actually show up. So if you're saying that I have the personal responsibility for keeping track of every individual who appears before any committee of the task force, that is an undue burden.
I agree. And this was some of the arguments that were brought before the makers of that ordinance with regards to the task force, because the work that we do doesn't really fall in the same alignment as all the other commissions, which have far more authority. They focus on fees and lots of other stuff that we don't really partake in that much. I see DCA Castillo's here. She's raised her hand. Go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry. It's my understanding you're on item number 11 to talk about future agenda items.
Right.
But to the extent that you start going into in-depth discussion about the behested ordinance, I don't know that we can do that since it's not agendized. So I just wanted to remind you of that. But I'm happy to, we can have an off-line discussion about what legal advice you're seeking. But I just wanted to remind you, because it sounded like we were going into greater length discussion about the topic.
I brought it up for future discussion, but yes, we did, I think, veer into that because it's a hot topic.
Sure, I understand.
Okay, we can do that. If you want it to be in March, you can do that in March, or wait till. The only thing about waiting till April is that that's when appointments periods happen, and everybody is up for reappointment in April, except for me. Just think about timing in that way. Member Schmidt, your hand is up.
Yeah, I agree. Member LaHood, I have similar concerns, and I think that the task force office should be maintaining a central database. And if there's this new law in place, we should vote to say that this is a responsibility of the office to protect us in this way. And I don't think we're ready to create something right this minute, but it makes no sense that we who serve for free have to also track the city's clients that could cause us individual problems, or not clients, but all the different people who would be on the list. Yeah. So, and I think that I'd be interested to hear anything that comes out of looking at this thing legally as it may impact us, because there's some things in the new behested payments statute that I'm not quite sure if I'm understanding yet.
Okay, that sounds like it should be on next month's agenda. Okay. We have Member Highland and Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you, Member Highland here. One thing that I brought up at I think it was the CAC meeting that I sat in on, that Chair LaHood was in charge of. I was surprised to find out that HSA, Human Services Agency, had a Microsoft Teams retention policy for their chats of only 30 days. I brought this to Chair Wolf and Vice Chair Yankee to kind of open a file on this, to look into this more closely. Chair Wolf, you sent me a link. I took a look on there. I didn't see anything about Microsoft Teams. Maybe I haven't looked at it closely enough. I don't think it's covered. I mean, this is obviously a fairly new technology, new phenomenon. It might be classified under something else, but the minimum for most things is 2 years. So there's nothing that approaches 30 days. So I think that might be a future agenda item that we can look into. And Ms. Leger, I think HSA was going to forward that policy to us by last Friday. Has that happened?
They forwarded more documents. I haven't looked at them specifically, but I can do that in the morning.
Sure. If you could send that to me, what they've sent to Ms. Chu, just so I can track what they're sending her.
She said that they sent her everything that they promised. I mean,
right. I know. Yeah, not to get into another agenda item, but probably wouldn't hurt to send that to Chair LaHood and to me as well, just so we can kind of put our eyes on it. But I particularly want to look at that HSA policy, which is, I think it's a SF Gov technology directive. So I wanted to look at that a little bit more closely. That's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, and that was the reference I made was for 6714B. Okay, Vice Chair Yankee, and then back to Member Schmidt.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that the time limit on the respondent packet pilot program we had kind of is coming to an end here, and so I think we should make sure that that's on a future agenda. I know we had it on the retreat one. We didn't have time for that, and so maybe we can get that on March.
Okay, noted.
Chair Wolf, I have a question. I can do this after whoever's got their hand up.
I think, did you, not Vice Chair Schmidt? Okay, no, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, is there any intent or desire to continue the retreat and add the items that we were not able to address at the last one? Do we want a second retreat, or when would we like to do this?
Well, it seemed like at the retreat there was an interest in having a second full meeting during the month. If that still remains, then I would say I think maybe if we could just add one the outstanding items per a regular task force meeting. I'm just becoming very sensitive about our meeting duration. We are at the end of our meeting at a very reasonable hour, considering. So, what are people's pleasure with regards to this? Want to think about it more? Okay.
I don't. This is member neighbors. Maybe it was just my brain was full. I remember there being some displeasure by myself about the thought of a standing extra meeting, but I don't remember folks saying that they didn't want to finish the retreat with another retreat meeting. I might be wrong, but that's my memory of it.
Yeah, I had asked and didn't quite get any response, so I don't want to just impose something if folks aren't really interested in having another meeting, just to focus on and having more space to have a little more regular, flexible discussion than being, under the clock for a regular meeting.
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I'll just, I think you brought up, Chair Wolf, why don't we try adding one meeting discussion item, after cases for the next couple months, see how that goes. I think it's a good starting place. If it looks like that we're not making enough progress, then maybe we can schedule a second retreat sometime later this year. I think we did a great job with this meeting length. It's 9:12, which is amazing that we all did this. So great job, everyone. And I think we definitely have time. If we keep up this pace, that we can hit one or two to those types of points each month and kind of spread them out and see where that takes us.
Does that sound okay to everyone? Okay, I'm getting some positive nods here. Okay, great. All right, so let's do that. Anything else for this agenda item? Okay, public comment for this agenda item.
David Pelpel.
Do we have other public commenters? David, are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. David Pelpel. So a couple of quick items. I recall from the discussion last week at the retreat the idea of having a second meeting, and I think what I had suggested, but I'm not sure that there was agreement around it, was to have complaint meet once a month and have EOT and compliance and amendments only meet every other month, and take that slot for a second meeting of the full task force to work down the caseload. But that was just an idea, and the other idea that I had, and this might also be problematic, is to standardize all the meeting times at 4 o'clock so that you're starting earlier, but I might perceive that you've got scheduling conflicts for some folks who work during the day, and that's why some meetings are at 4:30 and 5:30. But again, those were some thoughts to try to get you some more time, some of which might even be daylight hours, to work through issues. On the issue of the new behested payments legislation, I think it would be useful to have an item on that next time, and perhaps before then you could make a request for a formal opinion either of the city attorney or the ethics commission or both as to how you can operationalize that in your role as members of the task force, because it sounds like it is a lot more complicated here than some other places. And just finally, and perhaps this already got covered elsewhere in the meeting, did you note the passing of Bob Planthold and talk about that briefly, or can I just take 15 seconds on that?
I'm going to adjourn in his name, and I'll open it up to the floor for folks.
Okay, so I'll hold my comment till then. Thanks. I think I'm good. Appreciate it.
Great. I just want to mention, though, I think as far as reducing the number of meetings of committees, I think that is going to be determinant based on our backlog. When we get down to a more manageable number, I think we can go back to the every other month type of schedule. But until such time, I think we're just still dealing with too many. And but it's a good thought. All right. Any other public comment? Last call. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Let's call the next item.
Item number 12, adjournment.
So I'd like to adjourn today in the memory of Robert Bob Planthold. He was an original member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. He served on the Ethics Commission, many civil grand juries, has been a staunch disability advocate. My office, where I work at Alcohol Justice, hired him to evaluate our ADA accessibility recently. And he was a regular member of San Franciscans for Sunshine, working on draft amendments and a charter amendment, hopefully to come on the November ballot. And it's pretty emotional for me. I've known him for more than 20 years. We have been meeting now. I've met with him weekly, on various things, and it's just really sad. Just very sad about it. He definitely leaves a noticeable void in the many advocacy movements. He's worked with many different organizations, and has been the force to be reckoned with. And I appreciated that of him. So I will open the floor for anyone else, including members of the public, at this time.
Member Highland here. I just wanted to say we had the pleasure of having Mr. Planthold talk at our January 11th EOTC meeting. And, like you, Bruce, I've heard him talk down through the last decade or so, and that case will come before us in the next month or so. So we have another chance to enjoy his thoughts one more time. Just wanted to pass that on. Rest in peace. Thank you.
Well, let's open it up to the rest of the room.
David Pilpel, is now an okay time?
Now is an okay time. Go ahead.
Thanks. So I don't want to talk too long. I knew Bob pretty well. We served together on this body. He served as chair in 1998-99. I served as the vice chair at that time and succeeded him as chair. He went on to serve later on the Ethics Commission. He and I both been engaged in many, many issues with MTA on public transit. As Chair Wolf indicated, he worked with Senior and Disability Action on a variety of issues for seniors and people with disabilities. He was pretty fierce. He was quite a force to be reckoned with. We agreed on a number of core principles, disagreed on some other things, but it was always with respect and knowing that we both care very much about the city. And as I said to a couple of folks in the last few days, I'm kind of losing capacity for how to deal with grief and loss, since there's just so much every day. Although I still read the paper every day, I'm not sure I like doing that anymore, because I seem to know more and more people in the obits, and that's not a fun place to be. A lot of the characters and sort of foundations of the city seem to be slipping away bit by bit, and Bob was very much a character and a part of our political and public accountability framework. And I will miss him. We also lost Bruce Pettit in the last couple of weeks. Bruce was a friend too, but Bob was just a great guy, and it too is emotional for me. So thanks for listening.
Okay, appreciate the moment of silence there. If there's no other speakers, I will move to adjourn in the memory of Bob Planthold. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I move by myself, Chair, second by Member Highland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And we are adjourned.
I have 9:22.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl.
All right, I'll turn off the recording.
Okay. All right. Good night, all. Thanks much. Great meeting. Good job.
Good night.